Welcome to Driven by Me, and this is and today we continue. And I hear my voice. Forgot to turn off the mic. I was trying to make it less. How do we say? Make it less. Just a second. Mike, where are you? Advanced property. Monitor off. Now I don't hear myself. So, yeah, my microphone was distorted when I listened back yesterday. So today we'll continue with the cat, and as you can see, my headphones broke. I pick my smartphone earbuds. Oh, yeah, it's broken. They were due. I was due for a replacement. Yeah, I'm due for a replacement. Oh, the green screen on my hair. What is going on with NVIDIA broadcasting? The green screen. I don't remember. Did we see it? Yeah, see it. We saw it when I activated the first time. I thought like putting some black screen in the back instead of a green screen. Let's test the chat. Yes, YouTube and Twitch are working. Now I can close this. Can put this down. And I will open my browser. Where were we? Was the clothing? I need accessories. Now, Gradatio flowchart maker online is a bit slow because I have too much picture. I think I will find a way. There's what I could do to make it lighter is to pick all the picture I already got and put them into one single picture. The issue with that is that I cannot go back and move them. So maybe what I could do for now, because I will go further, bring even more pictures to see what's the limit. And since this is working still, I will do a duplicate in case the changes I bring make it crash. So make a copy and I will name it. I will give it an iterative prefix. What is going on? Prefix. 001 underscore. Rename. Or rename the copy. I did really click make a copy. Okay, it was renamed, so it got me. Copy of 001. Enter right. Oops. I think it makes the copy at the root of your Google Drive when you do this. So just to be sure, I will go to my Google Drive. And move it. Oh, sorry, I didn't share my screen. I have a sponsor, and it's for US citizen, as you can see there on the right corner. So I don't see the coupon code, but modify it with you. Outline maybe. Oops. Doesn't do anything. Black. 2. Oh, okay. It was misleading. Now I can see. Working though. Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's becoming. I think I don't have enough resolution, so select font. We double this. 48. Okay, better. Now I need to make it smaller. US citizen, 50% off for the shipping. So in order for the sponsor to pay me, it would need to be on a new account. The coupon should be used on a new account. I have a link in the description in YouTube. It's good to use it because it calculates from the clicks also. Yeah, I don't know how I can do this. I need to see the final result in YouTube. I need to open back my Explorer, my Internet Explorer, because for the English stream I use Internet Explorer and pin all my system to record and check the live stream. So it's all pinned there. I don't use Explorer usually for personal stuff, just for the stream. How can I watch it? Okay. Place and go. Yeah, that's looking fine. Fine and dandy. So the 06, you see the fraction is the number of people having used the coupon code, so it's not going currently. Hold on, not grabbing the opportunity. Okay. So let's okay this, and now as you can see it seems to have it, of course, but let's see if it did copy it inside the right folder. Yes, it did. I was wrong. So now I'm not on, yes, I'm on the 001. So it's fine. The one which is not 001 would be the last working member. The last working. So I want to bring some feral cats like lynx cat and stuff like that. I'm done with the clothing. We need to do accessories. Yeah, this was the mix of horns and hair, which could go there, but there is more like horn only. It's not so much of anatomy stuff. It's I could put it in anatomy, but mask and horn. It's not that. It's starting to blur between those two categories, but and makeup. I think I could start doing silhouette now before doing the other accessories, because it will be boring to just. I need to switch between silhouette and accessory and mood board, so it's less boring for you. I'm like how can I say that? Not workaholic, but yes I am, but more like I could endure being bored by just doing mood board for a long time, then switching, but I don't want to impose this you. Dark theme is not going well with it's hurting my eyes. It's not dark. Oops. Don't. Where is my music? Why did it stop? I see that there is music, but I don't hear it. Is it my phone? Is it my phone? Let's put some sound to see. Seems to be. I lost connection with my headphone. Why? Why did I lose connection? Because I'm connected now. with my phone and from my phone to my computer. Now there we go. Because it's my smartphone. When I walk outside, I use those head earbuds, and I use a software to connect from my computer to my cell phone, so it disconnected. We need to keep the software open somewhere. There. Don't want you to see the IP. Connects via the network. So where was I? I need Krita now. Yeah, I can bring this in. Ref. I would need to do a shortcut. Screenshot, and I want to compact this even more. Oh, for the screenshot so it fits in a smaller. What was that? Oh. Getting distracted by Facebook notifications. Okay. Yeah, I really need new headphones because it's glitching. I have some spare headphones that I bought in like how do we say, convenience store. So they are very cheap. They are very cheap. I don't know. Should I switch the cheapest headphone? So I don't have this glitch sound. Crumple this up in there. Don't want to lose their group. The gang, they need to stay together with their gang. The backpack gang, the peanut hat, the Glen top hat. Lily pad hat, shroom hat gang. Overlay it a bit. Not that important. I hope it's not too small. So, because when I will copy it for pure ref, I will lose definition, of course. It will be the size of my screen. The pixel size of my screen, which is not huge. I cannot zoom in much, but that's fine for silhouette work. Even better. So it helps me not focus too much on the details and more on the the big shapes, the big shape, silhouette shape. It's shape design. Also, when you do this, when you are beginners, listen to some shape design stuff. Let's see if we can find something interesting. Yeah, this is Chris Zakowski. Chris Zakowski, how to market a game. He's all about game marketing. But the thing is, with marketing, it's the same thing as I learned in marketing in course I did. It's similar. It touches not only games but also everything else in marketing, which are the big mistake you do when you start a business. It's the same as when you start a game that you want to sell. So the beginners all do the same mistakes, not only in video game, and which are, first of all, often, like, the first one I think of in when beginners ask in forums and Facebook group how to do such and such game, because they want now to do a game. They are primed to start to do their first game, and they go out in the world asking, how do I do this? This happens every day, every single day, in every group. Not every group, but at least I could do a search right now and find someone asking this question, like a newbie wanting to start a game. And often, like, in the huge proportion is would say, how do I do like a multi MMO game? Like, an MMO are the worst for that, because for beginners, because MMO are made by a big enterprise with people who build server, which are and you need experience to build a server. You cannot be a newbie and jumping right in with your server. But you can, but it's just so much. It's like a baby making his first step, wanting to drive a car. You need to learn your first step. But at the same time, there's the thing here is that you can do it. You can do it. You can be a baby and learn to drive a car while you're just learning to do your first step. That's the part where the experienced guy want you to pick want you to not do the bad thing you did. But the thing is, this is how you learn. Will eventually have to do. You could do like what every expert tell you, what every teacher tell you, don't do this, don't do that. But you will encounter, even if you do everything right, you will encounter obstacles that are maybe smaller because you followed the steps, the thing that they told you. But eventually life would throw you a huge obstacle. So it's useless it's some kind of useless to say to go towards the wall right away, or not to put to. So what I say is that I did it often, which is picking the harder path as a beginner. And it has its issues and its benefits. So it's not always just no, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. You can do it, but it's hard. It's a first harder path, but all path will become hard path eventually. So it's not so much of a big deal. So what I want to say also be, this leads me to something I wanted to say before the stream. How is my approach now? I'm doing the hard part of that again, even though I know it's not good. But the thing is, all those obstacles will lead you to think about, is it what you really want to do? At the end of the line, at the end, if as me, I did the worst. I did the easiest path, the worst path. I've done all of them, and at the end of the day, you are faced with the same question: is it what you really want to do? You need to find what is the thing that you really want to do. And for me now, since I've done all the path, I want to do the hard path with Elflay game, my health game. Not because I want. So the marketing takes some kind of it, like everything that will be taught by expert is thrown to the window. Because I want Elflay to be like a communal garden, Zen garden, where everyone I invite to work on it. I lead the thing, the gardening thing, but it's like a garden, Zen garden, where there is no ultimatum. What I want to remove, that's everything. That's where the marketing art is thrown through the window, is that when you remove ultimatums, marketing cannot deal with you, or the other way around too, cannot deal with marketing. And currently in video game, a lot of the bad things about video games is that it's all crush time, all ultimatum time, all crushing time, and it makes games that are, it's like the opposite of Japanese craftsmanship, where Japanese culture, you need to work digitally. How do we say that? Digitally. Sorry, but I need to pronunciation. It breaks my speech, but it's worth it. Oops. This, what I'm doing right now, it's exactly the digital. This is exactly, I'm searching the word to say what I'm doing right now. Digitally. Let's start by the orthograph. Oops. I'm probably very And diligently. I lost this word in my mind. Damn it, I lost this word. That's so weird. Let's ask AI how to write. Diligently. I knew it was like the L when diligently. So that's what I'm doing, is doing it diligently, searching the word, taking the time, not rushing. This is what is missing in the game industry, and many other high-tech stuff. We don't do cultural things that are culturally important, in the sense that we need to go fast, we need to do it fast. Let's search. I want to go search. Is the next episode. Duplicate it. Let's search. What is the Japanese principle of working diligently? I already forgot the word. Diligently. What is it in French? Diligence. I know the diligence in French exists, I think. Avec diligence. Diligemment, ouais. Yes. Diligently. On L. Diligently. To produce better stuff. Can say Kaizen. Let's look at it. What is Kaizen? It is needed in game development and social media. Anything like streamer, especially TikTok and every short thing, because the video gets shorter every year. Like before TikTok and Instagram shorts, and every short, everything was longer, so everything got shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And then eventually we need to go back. It cannot be like 1 second video, it will be useless, so it needs to go back to longer. You cannot do like 1 second video, 1 millisecond short. explosive fruit. Wonder if it's the right word I got. Let's see if there is a better. That sounds more like it. While this is running its own ads, I will run my own, which is Factor. You get under my, as you can see on the screen there is a coupon code, 50% off for US citizen. Oh yes. Yeah, that's not Kaizen. It's not exactly what I'm looking for. That's not precisely what I'm looking for. Maybe it's the first one. Maybe it's the right one. Yeah, I don't like this definition. Maybe this one. Even though the other guy said it's not this. Or did he say that? Maybe a Japanese YouTuber would be better. Oh, it's not Japanese. No, like no ultimatum. No ultimatum. I wonder if Zen Garden is related or something. No. simplicity, asymmetry. What else I wanted to check before going on? Oh, shape design. I went here for shape design. So if you're a beginner doing silhouette stuff, this is the place. Go. He's good. This one is a good one for this guy. Simplify it very well. I would like to make like I was making courses and I wanted to do this in my courses. Check every video, take notes, and compress it into something that you can simplify. Something that is simplifies everything about shape design. you don't have the sound. Damn. Let's put some sound. You missed everything about the Zen garden, but I skipped it, so that's fine. Do I have something else to say? Yeah, I want Elfley to be more like a Zen garden, communal, where I would lead the production of it, but there would be no ultimatum. More like in Civilization, when you do a precision game, you add a special character and special how do we say that? Project, like cultural project that are outside of time. That's what I meant. Yeah, I won't search it. Now I got this.
For a very special and important video. Today we're going to discuss one of the most basic aspects of illustration, design, and really just art as a whole, and that is shape appeal. Every object you draw is a shape, and this only gets compounded when you paint, because every stroke you make also becomes a shape. It would certainly be helpful if we had some sort of guide for what makes some shapes look better than other shapes. This is an incredibly abstract and complex subject, but in this episode of Design Theory, we are going to start chipping away at this most basic principle of art. Let's get into it. The first thing to acknowledge is that there are no perfect rules for these things. I will give you some guidelines that will help you make better looking art, but it's up to you to know when you're ready to bend these guidelines or even break them. I'm going to start by defining a couple useful terms we can use when referring to shapes. Do you know the difference, say, between organic shapes and inorganic shapes? It has nothing to do with the subject matter. We're going to actually define an organic shape as any shape that has offset angles and curves. And of course, then an inorganic shape is just the opposite. So everything is very squared up and aligned. So if I draw a box, that is a very inorganic shape. All of the angles are perfectly squared to each other. Skewing the box slightly will offset the angles more and make it instantly more organic. And of course, further skewing can lead you in even more organic directions. The same thing can be done with circles, triangles, and really any shape or combination of shapes. Each can be warped into progressively more organic shapes. Now, being organic or inorganic isn't inherently special, but since our brains are built to detect patterns, the inorganic shapes tend to give off more individuality and read as stronger graphic elements. It is worth noting that most of the time when we're drawing things, we don't want the individual parts of an object to feel distinctly separate from the surrounding parts. Instead, we want to create flow, and that is going to be our second huge word to discuss: flow. This is also going to be our first key guideline to what makes an appealing shape. So we're going to use flow to refer to both individual shapes and how well they indicate some form of direction, and also how well shapes relate to an overall direction.
Yeah, another way to see what I want with Elfley is a video by Alan Watts. And it's the one South Park creator did a video on it. It's this one, I think, yeah. Oops. Oh, my phone. Alarm.
In music, one doesn't make the end of a composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People go to a concert just to hear one crashing chord, because that's the end. But we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct. We've got a system of schooling which gives a completely different impression. It's all graded. And what we do is we put the child into the corridor of this grade system with a kind of, come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. And yeah, you're going to kindergarten, you know. And that's a great thing, because when you finish that, you'll get into first grade. And then, come on, first grade leads to second grade, and so on. And then you get out of grade school, you've got high school, and it's revving up. The thing is coming. Then you're going to go to college. And by Jove, then you get into graduate school. And when you're through with graduate school, you go out to join the world. And then you get into some racket where you're selling insurance. And they've got that quota to make. And you're going to make that. And all the time, this thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then when you wake up one day about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived. I'm there. And you don't feel very different from what you always felt. And there's a slight letdown because you feel there's a hoax. And there was a hoax. A dreadful hoax. They made you miss everything. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end, and the thing was to get to that end, success or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played.
Yeah, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, creator of South Park. This one, there is also a good one I like to listen. It's the same speech, but there's a music video behind. Oh, this one.
That existence, the physical universe, is basically playful. There is no necessity for it whatsoever. It isn't going anywhere. That is to say, it doesn't have some destination that it ought to arrive at. But that it is best understood by analogy.
There was a music with this one. I think they cannot put it because of rights. That's sad. And the one with the music, I would be demonetized maybe. This one is a good one, The Dream of a Life. Yeah, I would think I would be demonetized if I put the one with the music. But
that existence, the physical universe, is basically playful. There is no necessity for it whatsoever. It isn't going anywhere. That is to say, it doesn't have some destination that it ought to arrive at. But that it is best understood by analogy with music.
Oh, the music.
Because music, as an art form, is essentially playful. We say you play the piano. You don't work the piano. Why? Music differs from, say, travel. When you travel, you are trying to get somewhere. In music, though, one doesn't make the end of a composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People go to a concert just to hear one crashing chord, because that's the end. Same way in dancing. You don't aim at a particular spot in the room. That's where you should arrive. The whole point of the dancing is the dance. Now, but we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct. We've got a system of schooling which gives a completely different impression. It's all graded. And what we do is we put the child into the corridor of this grade system with a kind of, come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. And yeah, you go to kindergarten, you know, and that's a great thing because when you finish that, you'll get into first grade.
And then come on, first grade leads to second grade, and so on, and then you get out of grade school, you've got high school, and it's revving up, the thing is coming. Then you're going to go to college, and by Jove, then you get into graduate school, and when you're through with graduate school, you go out to join the world. And then you get into some racket where you're selling insurance, and they've got that quota to make, and you're going to make that, and all the time the thing is coming. It's coming, it's coming, that great thing, the success you're working for. Then when you wake up one day about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived. I'm there. And you don't feel very different from what you always felt. Look at the people who live to retire and put those savings away. And then when they're 65, they don't have any energy left, they're more or less impotent, and they go and rot in an old people's senior citizens community. Because we've simply cheated ourselves the whole way down the line. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end, and the thing was to get to that end, success or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played.
You taught me the courage of stars before you left. How light carries on endlessly, even after death. The shortness of breath, I'll explain the infinite, how rare and beautiful it truly is that we exist.
Back to shape design. What is my audio input capture? I don't know.
With their surrounding shapes. On the individual level, most appealing shapes create a singular sense of movement. We can represent this easily through controlled and continual tapering. So another quick example here, I can take a box and add a taper to it. Now it seems to have a distinct sense of direction. Of course, now would be a good time to remind ourselves that 90-degree angles often read inorganically, and that graphic individuality creates hard stopping points and feelings of separation, which is certainly no good for creating flow. Acute angles have a similar problem. While they can be used in organic shapes, the more extreme they are, the more they create their own competing sense of direction and flow. The ideal angles to use in a shape would mostly be obtuse. Wide, open angles allow for a relaxed sense of flow in an object. It's accessible, comforting, and obvious in its intention, which is coincidentally also why we associate sharp, pointy, angular things with villains and treachery. So on a subconscious level, our art will create more visual appeal with an overall reliance on chunkier, flowing shapes. So knowing that, even if you're trying to design some evil, pointy, angular-looking villain, you should still try to have an underlying sense of reliable and understandable flow. So, rewinding a bit, even that tapering box can potentially be improved by adding extra obtuse angles. And more complicated shapes can also be given more flow and visual appeal using those obtuse angles. Here's a quick test you can do just when you're creating any shapes. Imagine your shape was a top-down view of a room and it was filled with people. Now imagine one of them pulling a fire alarm and all of those people have to get out. Do they have a good sense of how to get out? Are some people going to get pushed into random corners and left behind? Look at all those poor people left to die in a needlessly complex shape. Whether your shape represents an abstract version of a C curve or an S curve, it should be doing its best to maintain some obvious sense of direction through a continual sense of tapering. And that tapering doesn't have to come solely from one edge, it can also come from a more central area if you want to give your shape 2 fire escapes. Now, it could be considered a part of flow, but another key guideline is going to be simplicity. Of course, good flow has good simplicity, but just to double down on our mental notes while we're drawing, constantly ask yourself, does this shape have flow? Is it simple enough? Or can I simplify it more? Simplification leads to comfort, and comfort leads to appeal. So flow and simplicity, they go hand in hand to lead us toward better art. I mentioned a lot about individual shapes, but let's actually get into putting shapes together because that's what's important. So flow should exist between separate pieces of the same object. In fact, good flow should lead to the visual combining of 2 pieces of an object into a continuous, singular overall shape. This is extremely important in anatomy and creature drawing, but really applies to every type of object. The more of a singular flow you can create in an object, the better. Now, all of this stuff also relates to big, medium, small, of course, so go watch that video if you haven't. You'll start to find that it's really wonderful when you can create flow between parts of limbs, or torsos and heads, or anything. One quick example I always enjoy is to draw a foot of someone that's standing on their toes. It can seem like a difficult challenge when you're starting out and really overthinking things, but once you take into account flow and simplification, it becomes elegantly easy and appealing. I was actually having trouble doing purposely bad examples because I've trained myself to always find the flow in shapes, but just trust me, it's the overcomplication of thoughts and ideas that can often lead to a lot of stumbling blocks in art. In that spirit, let's talk a little bit about intuition. It's a favorite topic of mine when it comes to making aesthetically pleasing art. I already made a video about focus, which relates to intuition a lot, but there are other important factors as well, one of which is tempo. But that topic is vast enough to get its own video, which will actually be a sequel of sorts to this video. And don't worry, I'm already kind of working on both of them in tandem, so hopefully it'll be out soon. Anyway, why did I bring up intuition? Well, as many things as I can just go on telling you about simplicity, flow, and obtuse angles, the best aesthetic outcome will come from committing these ideas deep into your brain and just letting them come out naturally. The best part about this subject as a whole, shape appeal, is that it's really just trying to deconstruct something that you already know. Your brain knows what looks good and what doesn't. If you see a cool design, you instantly know it. You don't need to analyze every factor that makes your brain enjoy it. That's my job. You just have to acknowledge that your brain already understands aesthetics to a degree that is far more complex and nuanced than any lesson I can teach. So while I'm digging through these abstract theories, you can still create amazing shape appeal by simply letting your intuition guide your hand more. How sharp should you make an angle? How large should a shape be? Should it be curved or angular? Your brain knows what looks good. You just have to find the right level of focus, tempo, and energy in order to let it come out. Well, that's most of the actual content I wanted to discuss, but I would like to do some quick practical demonstrations to help you all along. So back to the topic of inorganic shapes versus organic shapes, and how 90-degree angles and rigid geometry create hard stops and flow. Once again, that doesn't have to be a bad thing, so let's talk about how to use that as a good thing. There are indeed plenty of times when creating a hard stop in a flow is valuable and useful. For many industrial designs, it's perfectly reasonable and even preferred to give the silhouette a break in motion in the front, or the back, or top of the object. For instance, a quick spaceship design might want to create some hard borders that help define it in very clear and obvious ways, aka it can just be a box. For a gun design, this can even be helpful for defining a clear functionality to the prop. A gun with a simple boxed out front will quickly tell the viewer that the flow of motion stops here and there is no ambiguity about where the dangerous part starts and stops. This creates a very functional purpose to our brain's interpretation of shape language. A gun that creates no stop and flow at the front will generally feel less impactful and deadly. Of course, you can use that to your advantage if it suits your goals. Carrying forth with our examples, putting inorganic shapes and 90-degree angles in more arbitrary places throughout the design will just create disjointedness and a feeling of discomfort for the viewer. If your goal is to show a piece of the gun that needs to create its own distinct importance and stand out as a solitary thing, then yeah, a graphic design or inorganic shape language to break the flow of motion and draw attention to it could be great. Panel lines are the last thing I really want to hammer home because it is very rare that you would ever want to stop flow within an object using panel lines. This should be avoided at all costs unless you really know what you're doing. So please, no 90-degree angles and panel lines and decorative interior lining. Stick to nice 45-degree angles for now and you'll have a much better result. Just keep in mind all of that delicious big, medium, small theory as well. Hopefully you're getting a good feel for shape appeal by now and possibly starting to identify it easily on your own, as well as being able to identify when using inorganic shapes can be perfectly fine and when it should be avoided. I know most of you aren't very into industrial design, so let me apply the same theory to more general illustrative purposes. Inorganic shapes, in all of their graphic, flow-stopping glory, can be amazing at being used as a contrasting background element to really bring even more life into an already organic drawing. Muka was quite famous for doing this, but it really can be seen in all aspects of illustration, using graphic, inorganic shapes to draw in extra contrast on the organic flowing shapes. Anyway, I feel like that's probably enough for this video. I hope you enjoyed it and maybe absorbed some good subconscious inclinations, which I will be discussing in more depth in the sequel to this video, which is all about tempo. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching, and as always, forever and ever, a huge extra thank you to the patrons that support this channel even in these slower months. Love you all. See you, everyone.
Okay. There are many like that. I will take... Wait, what?
Hey everyone, Cynics here. Today I'm starting yet another new video series. This one is all about design theory, one of my favorite topics to talk about. Each video in this series will focus on a specific idea that will help you improve your overall sense of design. So let's get started. What do things such as lightsabers, steampunk, and most Final Fantasy games all have in common? Well, they all seem to resonate well with a lot of people, and that could be related to the fact that they all have strong conceptual contrast. As artists, we know that contrast is the juxtaposition between different values. It's an extremely important aspect of art. We can also apply this importance to other things, such as design ideas. Going back to the lightsaber, this is the most clear and simple example of conceptual contrast. We have something very historical, such as a sword, combined with the more sci-fi concept of lasers. The entire Star Wars franchise is based around this idea of contrasting fantasy with sci-fi. Spaceships and wizards, basically. That simple level of contrast is why it became so memorable on such a basic level. To go through some of our other examples, steampunk contrasts the Industrial Revolution with near-future concepts, while many Final Fantasy games contrast the Industrial Revolution with high fantasy, creating worlds with castles that can travel underground and flying pirate ships and all sorts of other combinations of magic and technology. To be honest, conceptual contrast is truly the easiest way to think of fun and unique ideas for both world building and individual designs. You can combine westerns and space and create things like Cowboy Bebop. You can combine feudal Japan and hip-hop and create things like Samurai Champloo. You can even go to extremes and combine orcs with the Spanish Inquisition, with deep space, and create Warhammer 40k. Just be careful, like with most things, it is possible to go too far. Remember that in a painting, the right amount of contrast creates focus, but too much contrast and you'll start to just get chaos. For instance, Star Wars was working pretty good when it stuck to mostly fantasy and sci-fi. It also had a subtle touch of World War II ideas mixed in just to give it the perfect mix to really stand out on its own. Then they started mixing in horrible Asian accents, and before you know it, you're sitting in a 50s style diner wondering what this universe even is. That line between focus and chaos is so far behind you, nothing even matters anymore. Anyway, let's just have some fun and try to make some unique designs using the power of conceptual contrast. I'm going to start by drawing a feudal Japanese building here. Oftentimes we can combine the style of another form of architecture to make an interesting design, but for this example I'm going to leave the building looking very normal and instead just try to create contrast by placing it in a different setting. So we know feudal Japan is full of forests, lakes, rivers, and mountains. We could contrast that by placing the building in a more futuristic setting, but that might be a little too easy of an answer. We could also try placing it maybe in the middle of a desert. I don't think there are any deserts in Japan. A giant Japanese castle in some Grand Canyon looking area might create the type of conceptual contrast we are looking for. I'll start by putting a barren landscape with some cactuses scattered about and maybe a bunch of steep rocky cliffs. Some vultures circling around might be a nice touch as well. I always recommend putting a thick border around any environmental sketch you're doing, because it's important that the tangents of an image work well not only with the other elements inside the image, but with the edges of the image as well. That seems to be coming along well, so I think it would be nice to try to create a samurai that might fit into the desert landscape. Avoiding the sun and staying breezy would seem fairly valuable in this setting, so I'm going to keep him pretty simple looking and just have a nice flowing cloth outfit. A hint of a hat structure underneath it creates a nice mix of style and possible functionality. I really don't want to get too in-depth on rendering him out, but this outfit might be fun if it has some kind of Middle Eastern textile thrown on top of it. Some yellow tones could also fit the environment pretty well while also being pretty unique. I think it would be pretty fun to animate this guy as well, but I'll save that for another time. Anyway, I'll give our environment here a very simple coat of colors as well. I really just want to capture the reds, purples, and yellows that you start to see in areas like Utah. After a bit of dry brushing, I think we're pretty much done with this idea. It came out alright. Maybe I'll paint this idea out properly someday. But for now, let's think of some more ideas. So I already have this feudal Japanese building done. Maybe we can take the setting in a different direction. I like the idea of a more modern setting, so what if Japanese architecture had really caught on in the West and we had suburbs filled with little Japanese castles for every family? That might be amusing looking. In some ways, this feels like an extension of the ideas they used in Big Hero 6, maybe a bit more on the extreme side. Anyway, it was easy enough to copy and paste our original building. Some grassy front yards and a nice neighborhood street are all that we really need to flesh out this idea. Of course, even the mailboxes needed to look like little shrines. We have to keep our consistency after all. I was also trying to decide on a good samurai to exist in this world. I got a bit lazy and just had some weird looking guy walking a Shiba Inu, but in hindsight, it would have been fun to put some Nike logos on him and give him some nice walking shoes maybe. Oh well, we can at least add a little baggie of dog poop in his hand, and that could help a little bit. With that sketch done, I added in some basic colors yet again, nothing too exciting to talk about there. I threw some reddish shingles on the buildings to make them look a little bit more suburban, but that's about it. I also broke up the street with some bluish cast shadows just to make the palette a little less boring, and with that, our suburban samurai is complete. So we've managed to take a very standard feudal structure and transformed it into two very different scenes that each feel creative and fun, just by using conceptual contrast.
One thing that helps me if you are struggling with the smudge and the shape is to never play with the opacity anymore. It really helped me, and I can show you how it helped. I already shown it on, but I want to show you the difference when you stop playing with opacity. My cat is entering the door. Wasn't my cat. Login. ArtStation. I think this drawing is on ArtStation. Oh yeah. This is procedural coding. Just seen this like a month ago or something, a few weeks ago, and it's very interesting. It's clothing made with patterns, weave-in patterns, and it's procedural. So it's like procedural modding I'm doing right now with the house, but it's clothing. So all the weave-in pattern are modifiable inside. It's like every brand. It's very nice. Similar to what I'm doing with the houses on the PCG, but rather here is with clothing. Very crazy. Okay, let's go see the picture. So you can see what it does. It's at first when you switch, because usually when you're a beginner, you might have the tendency to play too much with the opacity when you try to find your brush stroke. And the first time I learned to stop doing that, I still have the picture. So it just needs a leap, like jumping off a cliff, and you stop using opacity. Because now, without opacity, every stroke you do has to be a thoughtful stroke. So I was doing this concept art, and a friend of mine, Camarade, who did like who was out of a concept art school, he told me you shouldn't play with opacity. When I finished this one, and right after this was the rest. So before that time, I always drew like this. And also the shade, as you can see, I wasn't so clear about my different, like it's a bit bad in the sense that it's almost all the, even though I started doing better, the different parts are too much, not enough. They are similar in the stuff. How can I say that? Like they all use at least some like 3 shade of dark. But now, since it's been a couple of years and decade, I'm using different, like more than 3 shades, and I feel like it's better using more. And I can show you this. Like I use like 3 shades of dark, or more, like 4. But this one, as you can see, I use more shades of dark, and it's better. I feel like it's easier to read, or it's just better to the eye than this. They seem like blend. It seems like having the same dirt or something. Here, 2 more shades. a bit more. It's not it's still not enough, but it's better. And the other one would be some guy who, where is he? He's in, let's go in all. He's in, where? Oh, he's there. This, oh, he's still, it is still not very well, but it's fine. It's not as, yeah, a bit well defined, well populated, different shade of grays, of dark, of black and white. This was the last one, so it's, I think it's the last one I did, so that's why it's so much more easy to the eye. Yeah, it's more, I agree, not easy, but like appealing to the eye, and just 3 shade or something. The difference with Krita now, this was in Photoshop, all of them, and as you can see, this is Photoshop. I could have reached this with Krita, but yeah, I could have reached this. This is old, and as you can see, this is with Krita. And I feel like I could have reached, but it's like maybe I botched it. I don't know, but I feel like it's botched. Yeah, I could have. It's just using more at the end of the drawing after I finish doing all the shape. I use more big round brush with a large fade, and I do the shadows, and that's why it looks so realistic. It's almost like ambient shadow, because it's a large round brush with fade, and then someplace I remove, I put white highlight, so it's as if the white floor reflects back on the beak underneath the thing there. I took more time for this one than the little cat. There was another one. I don't know if it's there. I think it's not. It's not. This was a speed painting. Speed paint is like you put the timer 1 hour, and you have to finish you pick a theme. I think it was something like detective. I might have added like might have done it in 1 hour and added 30 minutes or something, just to make it look better, a bit better. Speed sketch sometime when you have experience, it's helping in the sense that it keeps you from scrapping your or polishing a third, because it's 30 minutes. Do it fast, but if it's a third, it's a third. You don't you didn't put like 6 hours on a third, but if it's end up good, it's a bit like flipping a coin and going faster on whether should you polish a third or not. This one, that was, oh yeah, this was one of the last ones. So as you can see, the I have a fewer shade, but I use them very just to highlight the different shapes. So it's a good way. Should keep in mind to do that. This was the first draft. Two or three shade. Yeah, 3 shade. It's not very good. I picked this one and started. I put the head and I started elaborating on the head. I like that I put a frame and bring the background out of the frame. I think there is a bit of this idea there. It's not really a white frame. Yeah, this was for a job interview, but I didn't get the job. It was about a boot camp for kids on Minecraft. And I wanted to show that I could do my own armor in Minecraft, my own icons. I use it still in my server. I think I still have it. Because when you register it in Minecraft, it's still there, like in the cloud or something. This was based on Loki, the trickster, Nordic deity. I picked like the old paintings, the earliest painting of Loki, because it's been reimagined on many aspects of pop culture, like the Mask of Loki with Jim Carrey. I picked that. This is in the story of Loki is getting locked up. Also, I got inspired from a carving of Loki, an old carving which had this horn around his wrist. So I got inspired by this old. And I quote a thing that is in the book of this guy. I didn't read it, but I don't know what is this book. But I stumbled upon it when I was doing this, and I put it there. I did a lot of work on the rocks, a lot back and forth and trying different things, and I was deceived, and I didn't know how to do how to, but it seems to have went well. This one was a big one too. It's one of the oldest I got. One of the first. It's older than this, 10 years. I think it's as old as this video. So maybe it's 10 years. Let's see. Because in this video I have the construction. Oh, it's 10 years. Well, I didn't know it was 10 years. It's before my... I think it's before my 3D course. I'm not sure. Or while I was in my 3D course. I play the guitar, but it's horrible. It's like a fast improvisation I did on the guitar. And it's like very... I was playing like anything. It wasn't like very well thought. And every time I listen, I feel like I'm always on the edge of doing a mistake, and it's just because, okay, I didn't do any mistake, I will take this. I didn't do two obvious mistakes, so I will pick this track, put it on it. Yeah, Hazel has multiplayer. The thing with Hazel, I did the tutorial, and it is at the end of the tutorial he's getting all over the place, and it's not worth to keep it on. You better pick the source code, pay for the PayPal, the Patreon, and pick the source code rather than trying to do the finish the tutorial. At some point, when you switch to he modifies the shader, and then everything is broken. You cannot. It's hard to. You need to fix it on your part too much at some point in the tutorial series. And I don't like that he picks C# because of at the end he picks C# for the users to script on. And C# there is a garbage collector, which I don't like in game development, because you cannot control the garbage collector. And what happens is that the garbage collector gets triggered automatically when you use too much of the memory during your game, and when it cleans up the memory, it makes a little peak of lag. So in Unity they use C#, and you have to avoid using the new keyword, because the new keyword behind the scenes this is when it puts some more weight into the memory, and every new keywords you use in the code, it accumulates, and then it triggers the garbage collector, and you have a peak of lag. What can I do? Watch this again.
There are still tons of other ways to apply this idea, so I'm going to keep the example train rolling. You can even use scale as your contrasting factor. If I were to draw, say, a flower, you might associate them with being relatively small. But if I take that same flower and make it giant, it instantly becomes a bit more fantastic and memorable. It's not the most amazing example, but taking something we associate with being a certain size and then contrasting that by scaling it completely differently can be a good way to generate ideas. I feel like that might be easy mode though, so let's try to think of something more unique again. Let's see. Let's try designing a character using conceptual contrast. A Viking might be a fun experiment. There's a lot of fun things you could probably contrast a Viking with, but I think I will try to do a cyberpunk Viking. Cyberpunk itself could be considered a form of conceptual contrast, but I think it's become fairly standard. So let's see, what should we do with our cyberpunk Viking? I think we'll focus mostly on dress up. His body shape and hair are going to be pretty standard, but instead of holding axes and whatnot, let's try giving him some Uzis. That type of weapon always feels like it's made for cyberpunk. As for his outfit, I don't know, highly geometric eyewear feels like a must. His whole outfit needs to be a lot of clear plastic, bright neon colors, and general casualness. He can even have a giant battery backpack thing to power all of his cool hacker gear. I think this guy is ready to party, so I'll throw on the colors and give him some sort of holographic display interface as well. Why not? I had left the face pretty vague, so I was happy to use that as an excuse to sketch out a little portrait of our Cyber Viking. I'm not going to really bother with colors on that, but the hot pink on the glasses is a must. And of course the little display so we can just pretend he's neural texting all of his cool Viking friends. As fun as this is on its own, I feel compelled to at least try some sort of Viking ship for this guy. It's just going to be a normal Viking boat for the most part, except this one has bright neon lights all over it. Luckily, it's easy to make things look super neon just by using the glow brush, so I only had to waste a few minutes painting this. Once all is said and done, we have a nice little character sheet. Another $1 million idea ready to be shipped off to Hollywood. Alright. I'll be honest, we are getting to a point in the design world where it feels like almost every good idea is filled with some level of conceptual contrast. I can imagine reaching a time where drawing something in its most historical and traditional way might be the thing that subverts our expectations. In another 10 years, the most amazing design will be a person just drawing a ninja that looks historically accurate. It's important not to forget, the goal of conceptual contrast is to create something memorable using subversion. We want to subvert expectations as much as we can to ensure that our designs will firmly stick in people's heads. At this point, combining certain things, such as fantasy and sci-fi, can almost be expected, so it begins to fail at the purpose of conceptual contrast. There are also certainly IPs out there that have had success despite not having any conceptual contrast, but they usually have to rely heavily on intelligent writing to make up for the lack of visual pop. The monotone design sense of Star Trek comes to mind. Of course, this lack of contrast does help the writing truly be the focus, and don't get me wrong, I love the Next Generation, but trying to get a kid to buy those action figures would be a hard sell. I could start to wrap things up here, but honestly, this is just a lot of fun, so let's talk about robots. If you ask a child to draw a robot, they'll probably draw some simple, boxy figure with noodly arms. We like to associate robotic things with lots of stiff metal boxes and antennas poking out everywhere. We can subvert this for a start by simply using a mix of slightly more organic shapes mixed in with all of this stiffness. That qualifies as a simple form of conceptual contrast, but there are lots of other things you can do as well to subvert our ideas of robotics. I'm going to be doodling around here in the background a bit, and if you pay close attention, there's a lot of subtle things I like to do when I'm designing mechs. Aside from the mix of slightly curved and organic shapes mixed in with the straight lines and everything, I also try to make sure that I approach every mech drawing with energy and looseness. An appealing mech will have a certain casualness to its lines. It gives a nice contrast to the highly structured nature we associate with industrial design. Aside from that, I always try to give a bit of personality to every mech. This can be very subtle or very obvious. Making parts of the mech slightly resemble a human emotion can be one of the more subtle things. This can be done through very slight gesture or even by using lines and shapes on your mech that resemble human expressions. One of my oldest and most common tricks for creating conceptual contrast in a mech design is to simply give the mech a little speech bubble or something of that sort, and to make the mech seem as stupid or childish as I can. I like to make them show emotion the same way a 13-year-old girl might text. Just a lot of really useless nonsense. So this creates a nice subversion of the calculated and lifeless nature we normally associate with mechs. Another basic idea I like is to use pops of bright color on the mech. Bright color is normally associated with nature, while lifeless metal tones are usually the things that show up in mechanics. I've mentioned it before, but I fell in love with the look of games like Homeworld that used bright and graphic colors on all of their industrial design elements. It was the right amount of conceptual contrast in an otherwise very serious setting. The idea of using bright graphical patterns and colors on spaceships really took off in the 70s, and it's an amazing way to liven up mechanical designs. I decided to bring back a Middle Eastern textile pattern again with this mech, just for the sake of trying something I don't normally do. It also provided a lively palette to use for everything else in the mech, so I got all of these nice yellow and blue tones. Overall, I think it's okay, but I think I would have preferred to be even more graphical. Alright, I have just one more piece of art for you guys. I gave myself the goal of making a tree with good conceptual contrast. Trees are often associated with life and happiness, so how can I contrast that? I could go for something non-organic, but I think it might be more interesting to make something more horrible than that. Sometimes the best contrast is not in the opposite direction, but instead taking everything to the twisted extreme of its current direction. So the meat tree is born, a tree made of nothing but flesh and bone. There's a lot of places you can go with the idea of a meat tree. Should it have bones inside? Just how fleshy should it be? I consulted with Bob Meatbag briefly, and he assured me that the meat tree should definitely be more meat than bone. So here we are, turning something pleasant into something truly nightmarish. The more you think about it, the worse it gets, really. I guess every branch should probably have some sort of armpit under it. There's definitely going to be lots of moles and stray hairs everywhere. I had made the girl there just to give us some sort of context point for the scale and also the creepiness of it all, but maybe she was lost in the woods and just stumbled upon this horrible thing. I had imagined each little branch forming like long twisted fingers, branching off of themselves and getting smaller and creepier as it goes. I hope one of you winds up having some horrible dreams about this thing. Just imagine trying to cut this thing down, all of those veins and buckets of blood everywhere. It's horrible. Better yet, imagine this thing getting a sunburn. What a horrible life Mr. Meat Tree must have. The hardest decision was figuring out what the equivalent of leaves might be. Theoretically, I guess you could just have hair everywhere, but I'm not sure even I could stomach that. Let's just have it be a bunch of hanging skin, and I'm not actually sure if that's any better or not. Alright, well, I rendered this one out much further because how could I not? And I decided to place everything on separate layers for reasons which will become apparent shortly, but the hanging skin was definitely a tricky part for me. I decided to just block out areas and then lock the transparency and start glowing them up on the multiply layers setting. It's all very complicated, but this created a nice transparent feeling that I could add more veins to at least. Although the colors I had just did not quite look right, so I did have to go back and add secondary layers underneath each of them and then really fine-tune them. It's still far from perfect, but here's the finished result. I hope you enjoy it, and I do hope you had a good time watching this video. I plan to go over many more aspects of design in the future. Most of these videos probably won't be this long, but I just really love making dumb ideas. Be sure to start contemplating contrast in all of your concepts. You don't have to use it, but it can at least be a wonderful mental exercise. Alright, I would like to give a big thank you to all of my Patreon supporters. You guys are helping to keep the meat trees alive. Okay, see ya everyone.
Marco Bucci is really good for color. If you want to do painting like that, how to pick the colors, that is the best. He's really the best. To simplify it and
Break out your pocket watch and your paintbrushes. It's time for episode 4 of 10 Minutes to Better Painting. I am your deadline pushing host, Marco Bucci. Let's get right into it, shall we? Screenwriter Aaron Sorkin says, "I laugh when people ask if I ever get writer's block. Writer's block is my default position." In this episode, we'll be looking at good shapes, a topic that can be found in the broader chapter of readability. We read pictures in much the same way as we read words. Like how a series of abstract markings form a sequence of words which together provide meaning, a painting does just the same thing, only with shapes instead. And good shapes are what build good paintings. I consider this painting by J.C. Leyendecker to be a good painting. And one of the main reasons I think that is because it's chock full of what I consider to be good shapes. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. You might be wondering, what exactly do I mean by shapes? Well, probably the kind of shape we're all familiar with is this one, the outline or silhouette. Silhouettes are maybe the first kind of shape we recognize as children. But when we're painting, we have to deal with many more shapes than just the silhouette. Like, for example, this shape, responsible for defining some of the blue light that's falling on his face. Or this shape, which contains some of the warm light that's coming from that match. This shape actually straddles two things, the cast shadow of the ear and the sideburns. Here's a shape of light on the underside of the brim of the hat, and here's its counterpart shape for the shadow of the same object. Here's a zippy little shape of highlight on the chin, and here's that same shape only inverted, making up the eyebrow. Okay, please follow me over to this painting by Walter Everett. This one's a little more subtle, but let's do the same shape isolation exercise. Here are three shapes responsible for ambient light falling on the woman's dress. Here are two kind of pointy shapes responsible for patches of the landscape. And here's a neighboring shape, also responsible for part of the landscape. And let's quickly zoom in to catch a few more soft shapes, like this one here that belongs to the side plane of the woman's face. This subtle shape of light on the man's sleeve. And finally, this shape of shadow under the woman's jaw. Okay, before we move further, how many of you have heard this old adage? Those three words often get passed off as wisdom, but to me they're a little cryptic. I mean, if painting is like a recipe that calls for shapes, values, edges, and color, when we mix those ingredients, what exactly do we need less of? Try to keep that question in mind as we continue this lesson. Alright, so these are all the shapes we isolated a minute ago, plus just a few more to fill out the page. And I've rescaled them all so they appear now at roughly the same size. So let's look at these and see if we can come up with some observations. Is there anything here that jumps out at you? Maybe the biggest thing I notice is that these shapes are abstract. That is, by themselves, they don't have any inherent meaning. Even though a moment ago they looked like brims of hats or light and shadows on faces or bits of the landscape, when you see them by themselves like this, they don't actually look like any of those things. In a weird way, it's almost like the painter is speaking a different language than the picture. Alright, let's keep our detective hats on and make a few more observations. How about how simple all those shapes are? They're not intimidating. I'm sure any one of us here could draw any of those shapes. But why is painting so hard then? Before we continue this investigation, I think we should take some notes. When I saw these shapes for the first time, I knew they were trouble. One thing was certain though, they must be good shapes because they were part of good paintings. But they were just so abstract. They also looked so simple, so easy to draw, like any one of us could do it. There's just something so intentional about them. The design is so clear. And look at this. Even if we zoom out in Photoshop, the shapes still read clearly, even at a distance. It's starting to come together, but I still need more. That was a great lunch. And now it's back to the video. And hey, who left this notebook here? When you're painting, try and think of these three basic marks: C-curves, S-curves, and straights. With C-curves, S-curves, and straights, you can draw or paint any shape. And sticking to just those three will help you become conscious of exactly the shape you're making. And now looking back at these shapes, we can do some further analysis. Take the shape on the top right, for example. I really like how this shape is designed. It's a graceful shape made by essentially two C-curves, each having a slightly different flow. Here's a much sharper shape, and predictably it's made mostly of straights. And these two little C-curves help break up that pattern and give it maybe a little more interest. This is an interesting shape. One side is a very simple S-curve, and the other side is more complex, made of smaller straights and C-curves. You know, I really wish there was some kind of superior art authority board that could certify your shapes, but there isn't. You have to be your own shape detective, and these 4 criteria are a good place to start. You see, it's all too easy to neglect this lesson and make a shape that's overly self-important. Fill a canvas with those and it feels like a clogged drain. You can evaluate good shapes by how well they retain their design when they fill up a canvas. So if I catch myself making a shape like this, I'll try and redesign it, using C-curves, S-curves, and straights to bring out its inherent identity a little better. And now that I've arrived at a simple statement, maybe I can design back in some of that complexity. And don't fall into the trap of simply trying to copy from nature. Nature is under no obligation to provide good shapes. That's your job. Sometimes nature will spoon feed you with simple, readable, drawable shapes, but most of the time, yeah, there's gonna be some work to do. And from personal experience, it's about turning shapes into less so that together they can communicate more. So cheer up, Aaron Sorkin, you're not alone. We painters may not have writer's block, we have, I don't know, shape dysfunction. But let's find comfort in the fact that we all suffer together, and we can work on it together too, okay? Yeah, that's kind of better. Well, good luck with that. The rest of us are moving to part 2. This self-portrait by John Singer Sargent looks very sophisticated, and it is, but I want to show you how, with good shape design as the backbone of your painting, you too can aspire to this level. I'm going to set up our workspace, and the first thing I'm going to do in this study is break down the shapes. The biggest shapes are usually the most obvious, like this piece of light that covers most of his face. Here is a gigantic shadow shape responsible for the entire shadow side. Also, just a quick note, look at our canvas. I am not trying to use any values yet. I am just looking at shape. So here's a real simple shape for the hair. Here is a scattering of halftone shapes. Halftones are generally responsible for bridging the light into shadow. These are the highlight shapes on the head. This shape actually does look like an eye, and that's because it's one shape for the entire eye socket and structure of the eyeball. Here's a very simple shape for the collar in light. This handcuff looking shape is the beard in shadow. And last two, the shadow of the collar and the beard in light. Before I move on with this demonstration, remember earlier in this video I said that it's almost like the painter speaks a different language than the picture? Doing a study like this reinforces what I mean. As a painter, you have to train your eye to see not the object literally, but the individual shapes and the design of those shapes that form it. Maybe like how a chef might look at a dish and immediately begin to see the ingredients that went into it. Okay, moving ahead. Witness the magic as I now reconstruct those shapes, but in the correct order and with correct values. And what we have now, ladies and gentlemen, is the painting. It's not finished, but the critical information is all there now. And my goal for this lesson is to give you an appreciation of the importance each of those shapes have. To further drive this point home, let's zoom out on our study. As you'll remember from part 1, it's largely those good shapes that are pulling the weight and making this picture read. And I want to also quickly say, yes, values are very important as well, but I do think that shapes and values are two separate lessons, so stay tuned for a future episode on values. And speaking of episodes, what I'm doing now is recalling what we talked about in episode 3 about brushwork and edges. All I'm doing is taking the shapes that I just laid out and determining what the edge is between each shape. So you see, you can compartmentalize these processes, shapes first and then edges later. And I do recommend studying this way, even if at first it means tracing shapes directly off the source. Tracing has a dirty connotation sometimes, but when it comes to study, especially if you're new to this, tracing and analyzing.
Oh, good sprite. Good sprite. Characters. Yeah, characters. It's a lot about finding the good silhouette first. As I do right now, trying to study different silhouette. That's at least for the beginning. You need the base, the basement. But sprite, what do you mean? Good sprite. What do you mean by good sprite? Because a sprite in a game engine would be just the 2D container of a picture. but I guess that what you mean is pixel art something, maybe pixel art sprite or texture. I don't know what you mean by sprite. Wonder if you hear my dog. No. On mute. Okay. Yeah, character silhouette, you need to check out some shape design stuff. The music is too loud now.
Trench said nah, I'm not too into pixel art.
Okay, but what do you mean by sprite? Texture sprite? The sprite can mean many things. Props? In comparison to character, maybe you meant prop or sprite.
Trench said the 2D art assets in Unity.
Okay, yeah, that's right. In Unity, game engine sprite is really the 2D container. 2D container. So it can mean many, many, many things. If I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's 2D sprite. What is a sprite? You know that there is a software named Sprite, which for 2D pixel art. Right. Computer graphic. A sprite is a two-dimensional bitmap that is integrated into a layer scene. Most often in a 2D game, time sprite refer to a fixed size object composed together by hardware. Yeah, so it's the term sprite is to know that you have a layer and you can put different sprite in different layers. So the one with, I think the
Trench
one
said not fairies.
No, not fairies, of course, but the sprite in computer graphic and game engine like Unity is just sprite like this, which layering. So it means many things. You could put some photo in a sprite and just put some photo. Means many things. How good are you with sprite? What is your skills about sprite? Sorry for
Trench
the
said yay, that's
Inquisition.
exactly what I mean.
Okay, you are just good at placing sprite in Unity. That's what you meant. Okay, well, the beginning is art.
Trench said what else you want me to say?
But I wondered just what it was the skill set about it. What was the... But I feel like you said it in a sarcastic way, maybe. That saying that the maximum of your skills is placing sprite.
Trench said no creating them.
Creating and placing sprite. That's not much of a
Trench
skill.
said brother.
That's not much of a skill if anyone can do it in about an hour. Yeah, this one. I don't like this shape. It misses something. And what are you looking for then?
Trench said, okay, I feel like you're messing with me, I'm out.
Oh. But what are you looking for? What are you looking for? Maybe I can help you. Thought that you were messing with me, but let's get friendly then. Let's jump to the friendly. We both think we are messing each other. Are you working on game development? Are you a programmer? Did you left? No, you didn't left. You. Programming, game development. You mentioned Unity, so you probably have some project to showcase. Maybe I can give you my Discord. You're still here. This is my Discord. Remy 7872. You can give me your artwork, your Unity project, or a page or something I can showcase. We'll open Discord. If I don't answer, means that I don't see the notification. Okay. Well, I don't like the value of this. It's too close. I don't like this value. Close to each other. Saturate difference then. Hmm. Damn it, we lost the guy. Trench. Sorry, Trench. Sorry, Trench. My Inquisition was too much of an Inquisition. Mm. Oh, what was that? What was that sound? What was this?
Analyzing shapes off a painting is a great way to familiarize yourself with the language of shapes. And then you can challenge yourself to this stage of the process, which is determining the edge without losing those strong underlying shapes. It's very common to see a student start off with decent shapes, but then lose them in the process of, and I don't like this word, blending. I don't like the word blending because for some reason it seems to capture people's attention more than it deserves. Your attention should be on shapes, not blending. In fact, there are many awesome art styles that don't have blending at all. It's all just hard shapes. And I guess that's why I place such an importance on shape. It's because no matter what your style, your shapes play the largest role in quality. I'd like to take this last moment to talk about how I think learning art is unique. And that is, when we think of learning, we tend to accept the idea that things start off easy and then get more and more complex over time. But do these shapes remind you of anything? They remind me of being in kindergarten and experiencing sheer joy at the concept of shapes. We used to do everything with shapes. We cut them out, we drew them, we played with them, we learned all their names. I think that what lies at the heart of painting is a desire to return to childhood, and maybe mix it with some of the life experience we gain as adults. And that, if you ask me, is quite a profound and beautiful thing to strive for.
Next one. We will know everything about shape design today.
You lost the second you set foot in the dream.
I think I will take a little break.
What if I told you that if you could master shape psychology...
A little water break. Maybe coffee break too. I'm sad that we lost Trench. It wasn't an attack. I'm having a viewer in Twitch. Is it me? Is it me? Or someone? Sorry, Trench. Go to channel. Let's see, Trench, who left us. Sorry, Trench. Boy is a developer. Unity dev, starting programming with Lua. C++. C# in Unity. He's James Bond 00 set. Okay. Let's see, it's James Bond 00. Crashy plane. I won't check it, it's too... Oh, it's there. This is what he's working on. Oh, it's a Flappy Bird game. That's a good start. That's a good start. Am I the one watching my stream in Twitch? I guess not. I have one viewer. I don't know. Can you say I or something? But I will take a break now, so... What can I do more in my Twitch? Too much more. So if you are able to handle some elevator music, Mr. Twitch, Anonymous Twitch, keep with us. We'll be back in about 15 to 12 minutes. In 2, 1, 0. So everything working. What else? Okay. Little coffee. I put some mix of decaffeinated and espresso. So the espresso is not too strong to keep me awake because of the decaffeinated, which is hazelnut, to give it some better taste. And I can't live without the espresso machine anymore. Way better than the filtered coffee. Filtered coffee is horrible. The thing with the espresso, it's compress the water through your coffee grains, and by doing the compression it extracts oils from the coffee, which tastes way better. The filtered coffee tastes like too much like water without the oil. I like also the peanut butter craft light version for a similar, not the same reason, but a similar ish. Suppose the thing with light peanut butter craft compared to the other is that the blue one, light blue, smooth. This is French Canadian. This is because as I can see it's written smooth and creamy French. This one is that the original version of peanut butter, it tastes too much like oil. There is too much oil, this one, so you don't taste the peanut so much. But this one, the peanut taste is stronger.
It would actually change how clients look and respond to your work. By the end of this course, you know exactly how to use shapes to influence emotions and perceptions on your graphic designs. But before we move into the advanced sections or look at tips and tricks when it comes to shape psychology, we absolutely have to 100% be clear on what each shape evokes, psychologically speaking. And first, we have the geometric shapes. And we're going to start with circles, which are very heavily psychological
graphic said just
design.
Haley Smug.
They have no beginning or no end.
Oh,
so
it's Sam Blader with his smudging face. Sam
Blader said, indeed it is.
And you missed something last time. Last time, it was 2 days ago, right after you went away. I've been raided by 500
Sam Blader
people.
said, well, it ain't my fault, it was midnight last time. Sam Blader said, Tuber 139 stare.
Yeah, I think it was around 1 a.m. or something. It was 1 a.m. and I've been raided right after. Raided by 500 people.
Sam Blader said, I gotta keep some semblance of a sleep schedule.
Yeah, mine is shifting toward daytime now. I wanted to shift a little bit because of responsibilities. because I need to do things, buy things during the morning, and during the night everything is closed. Good.
Sam Blader said, after all, I gotta be awake enough to figure out why min 20 times 1, 100, is not in fact 20, just Haley thinking.
Okay. Oh, the factor is hiding the text. Factor. Take the factor up. With the coupon code. Oh, I brought up the chat too. Coupon and factor up. So what's going on? Oops. Coupon code upload out of proper proportion. It was a Control S, made it full screen. Okay. Yeah, I've been rated 500 people by Mr. Yanis something. Just going to take his credentials somewhere in my Explorer, Internet Explorer. Which Mr. Lannis, where is he? I follow him somewhere. Adam C. Yunus. This guy rated me. Oh, sorry for the ad. Yeah, this guy rated me 2 days ago. Don't know. I wanted to check. I think it's this one because I've checked, but I didn't find it real fast. But he rated me with 500 people. So I had like, it wasn't a jump scare. I was very calm about it. It went very well, but everyone saw that I was very boring and left. There was just one guy who kept chatting with me.
Sam Blader said Tuber 139 Lamau. Sam Blader said real just Haley Hyperspen.
Yeah.
Sam Blader said such is life, just Haley Hyperspen.
But his fan base is about pixel art, which I'm not talking about pixel art. So. Oh. Okay, so let's continue this. Let's continue. Yeah, I have two people watching. There's some better, but there's someone else since this morning. Don't know. You can interrupt if you want. I don't know. I think there's always one, and it might be like Streaming Labs, the software, who's checking my monitoring the things going on in the chat, like their bot or something. Maybe that's it. Okay, this one is a bit boring, but that's fine. To simplify, we will take it and try to bring it further. Let's add some stuff to it. So Sammy Boo is going on. You are still adding stuff that GPT, Mr. Chat GPT is suggesting you.
Sam later said technically.
Oh. Only technically. Only technically.
Sam later said though the current enemy edition was planned a while ago.
Okay.
Sam later said apparently quadrupling the enemies that can spawn is way harder than I thought. Bather 1 despair.
Also, why is it harder? Is it I tried to do object pool in Godot. I shouldn't have, because they wasn't advised by the creators of Godot to an object pool back then. I don't know if it has changed. Since then, there was a lot of things that happened.
Sam later said they only say that cause Therese no garbage collection.
Oh, okay.
Sam later said so object pooling technically doesn't help.
Okay. But the thing is weird
Sam
because...
later said at least the main way. Sam later said it still does though.
What I was told was the opposite, I think. That because they have their own system of object pooling going on and garbage collector going on, you don't need to do an object pool, but I could be wrong. An object pool is serve to make all the objects available. Sharp, you do need to though. You do need object pool anyway. It's a design pattern. It's a design pattern that you need when you don't want to create, you don't want to populate too much your memory. So you allocate the memory at first, and then it's the pool of objects that you pick in. So you don't have a resizable pool of objects. The pool is already there at the beginning, and you pick and choose the object in the pool. You bring it out, bring it in as you wish. That way you don't load the object during the runtime. It's already run. It's already in the memory taking place. And the thing I remember that I may be wrong about Godot is that they already have this with their garbage collector where you, when you create a new object, it's already in a pool. And I don't remember because back then I didn't know coding. I went into school for coding afterward, and I might forget a lot of stuff about Godot. I might have forgettable the
Samblater said object pooling just bypasses the need to instantiate every second by doing all 800 immediately, just Haley hyperspin.
Yeah, exactly. You all have your, but you can do object pool in C++. It's not garbage collector. It's not unique to garbage collector. Garbage collector is just emptying your memory at a moment that you cannot control, which I hate. And yeah. That's why I don't like... I like Unity for prototyping fast, but Unity and Godot, they are very similar. But yeah, the garbage collector is the thing I don't like. You cannot control it much. You can avoid it as much as you can by not doing new object during the that's why object pooling is good for C# usually. It will make you avoid triggering the garbage collector. And in Unity, the way to do it is to avoid using the new keyword. When you do a new object, it piles up in the memory, ends up triggering the garbage collector. And Godot, I guess there is something similar in C# because it's mono. Use mono. Yes, I'm not very...
Samblater said puffs for food, just Haley hyperspin.
Puffs for food. Why is it red? Why is the puff for food special? There. In my chat box, the puff for foods came out weird. Is it like an emote?
The Dreven said
No.
emote. Driven by May Inesis said emote.
It's not emote. Food for thought, puff for food. It's puff for food. And pointers is just pointing into memory. So instead of having a variable that is that has this place, you have a variable that holds a memory address, which is lighter. But the thing is about, like, you have your memory, your RAM there, and then you can make a variable like an integer, and this integer will take place in your memory like that. Or you can make an array of like 1,000 integers, which will take more place. But a pointer, it would just be like an address, that you put in a variable that you can use, and this address points to a memory elsewhere which have the information. That way you can that way it can be fit. It can fit into your memory RAM and change place easily. But there are issue with this is that when you run logic in the CPU, the CPU has caches near it. So you have your CPU there, and there's L1 cache, L2 cache, L3 cache. And then when you use pointers, when your CPU calculates pointer and anything, it brings a portion of the memory of what is written in the memory, and it puts it in the caches. So the CPU don't need to go in the memory. It's already in the cache nearby, so it goes really fast. But when it's a pointer, it's not continuous. It's an address, so it's not good. It creates cache misses if you search for cache misses. Cache miss because the pointer address is useless in L3, L1, and L2 and L3 caches. It's too small. It doesn't. The CPU doesn't need to go back and forth to see that it's a pointer address. It's useless. What is useful is when he has data that is not an address pointer that he can reuse and calculate with. And to avoid that, it's to avoid using pointers when you can, and like avoid vector. Not so much vectors are fine. Lists are the worst because list it's a block of information, like an integer linked with another integer, and this link is a pointer in memory. So your list is like separated everywhere in memory, and it's only two pointers that point to the next one in your list. So lists do a lot of cache miss. Vector does sometime, but because vectors are like arrays, and the difference with vector is that you don't have a limit of size. So when you put object information in your vector, like integers in your vector, it doubles the size. So when it reaches the limit and you put more, then it doubles. But when it doubles, this is where it makes a pointer. And it's also dangerous because in your memory you have your RAM there, and your vector as a part, and when it doubles, it needs to there are other information in memory, so it needs to find a continuous empty space to put the double size. So when it encounters data that is next in the sector, in the address, and it's the section where it has doubled is too small, it needs to find another section and move everything to the other larger space. That's why sometimes vector are not good. Vector depends on the language, maybe also. What is good to use? It's an array. Because an array, you define the size of the array, and it doesn't change. So this is usually it's the best. The thing is it doesn't change. The bad thing about array, the size doesn't change. It's hard to pop in. There is also issues with searching in and data inside a vector or inside a list inside. And when you do search or pop in information, sometimes it can be bad. Pump it. I don't remember which one and why. It's like when you pop, you remove the first information in lists. I think it's easier because yeah, I could be wrong there, but I would need to rewatch a video about this. But yeah, it's another story. There are like tables, fields, when you pop out informations. In different data structures. Maybe I can't find it real fast. Let's ask Perplexity then. Data structure. Structure. Make data structure. Make table of comparison between. Make a table comparison between the cost of removing or adding data in every kind of data structure. The cost, the big O cost, I would guess. Array, list, vectors, etc. Let's see if we can. Insert, as you can see, they have different log of n. Because when you remove the first of let's see if he has references, good references instead. Yeah, you will have insertion, deletion, the issues with it, because when you delete the first one, it needs to reallocate. It's a thing to revisit when used from time to time, because it's some kind
Sam
of
later said
thing.
man's really emote D after I left Bether one despair.
What? Why do you have a snowflake now? Oh, okay, you did have a snowflake. I don't know why.
Sam later said I've had it for a while.
Sometime you don't. Okay. Yeah, the emote was the poof
Sam
for
later
food.
said since 2018. Sam
Okay.
later said just Haley Hyperspen.
The poof for food, I wondered why it was pink. I thought it was an emote.
Sam later said
What?
Sam
What
later
is
said
it?
it's just /me.
Okay, I don't know much about the Twitch command. I guess it won't work if I'm not in Twitch. Unknown Twitch command. Me?
Driven by main assist said /me hi.
What? This is
Driven
YouTube.
by main assist said /me.
No, command. Yeah. I don't know much about
Semblader
Twitch.
said Tuber 139
Lamau.
Semblader said he lacks the power to /me.
Yes, I don't have
Semblader
it.
said weakling kappa pride.
A weakling pride. I need to be in Twitch, I guess. You think I don't have the power? Maybe. Let's check it in Twitch then. Where is Twitch? Why is Twitch closed? Why is my Twitch closed? Okay, let's go in channel. Let's go in invading my own live stream and then showing the power of the command, the Twitch command. Oh, what is that? Okay, I understand why I don't have it in OBS chat box. Message, I got the power. I got the power.
Internal _error.
Oops. What? I write it. I
Semblader said
got the power. No? What is Hermanubis? Express an action in the third person. He's got the power. The power.
Internal _error.
What? Well, I don't have the power then. Oh, okay, it worked. But
Semblader
it says...
said Tuber 139
It says messages. Why do I get a message? There between brackets.
Semblader said that's the odd part.
Oh, because I'm odd. I'm odd. I'm odd. That's why I'm not even. You are even. I'm odd. Yeah, I was looking at the weakness of arrays then. And when you pop out the first data, it needs to bring everything. I think that's one of the issue. That's something to look at when you want to learn about data structure. And it has a big O. Big O's is
Semblader said do Java just Haley hyperspin.
Oh, Java. Yeah, I know JavaScript, but Java, I don't know Java.
Semblader said the language that for some reason makes more sense than Python. Semblader said I'd why.
I don't know why me neither. I don't know Java much. I know JavaScript, it's horrible. JavaScript is one of the worst. It's almost like the non-language HTML. People hate it as much as some people because they are fan base for JavaScript too. In the web development, Laravel and PHP stuff, there are fanboys for JavaScript. I done some and I hate it. I not hate it a lot, but just a bit. I wonder. I was like, should I go for Django in Python instead of Laravel and JavaScript? I should have gone with Django. I think might not have as much support, but Python is usually for science paper, language model, neural network, science stuff. Because scientifics, I don't need they don't want to deal with the complexity of languages, so it's easier. It's really user friendly, Python, but it's slow. It is slow, a bit slow. As soon as you have something running in the back, like you don't need to define your variables, you don't need to do much, everything is done in the back. All the thing done in the back is what will usually get it slower. Might not be always, but often. Like you don't have to define your variable. That means the compiler has to define your variable in the back for you.
Sam Blader said, you mean I shouldn't have 800 variables constantly reassigning themselves every frame? Impossible, Kappa.
I mean more like you don't need... In Godot there is this also. They copied the Python a bit, where you don't need to define what your variable is. You can let the compiler guess which make it slower in some kind of way. I think I read it even in the documentation of Godot. And they have a specific name for that. I don't remember what it is.
Sam Blader said, indeed it's faster to do varx string than varx. Sam Blader said, I'd how much faster though, just Haley Hyperspin.
I don't remember where I read it. Maybe it's changed. I think that's it. Static typing. How to use static typing. No, maybe not. Yeah, dynamic language. Python, Godot. JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. Main advantage are the language is easy. Disadvantage are less performance than statistically typed language. More difficult to refactor. Some errors. All variables are in a dynamically typed language are variant like. As I said, you just write without telling it that it's an integer. It can change to a string, so a lot of things is made in the background. In C++, you cannot do this. You cannot change the the type of variable on the fly. And that, as he said, as they say it, I wonder if Python is dynamic language. I guess yes, because they can do this. Yeah, they don't fit in this category. Maybe not macros. Where can they put the list or something? Yeah. But is Python a dynamic? Is both a strong type and a dynamic type language? C++, I guess not. Yeah, statically typed. Yeah, when you want performance, you usually go with C++. You can accept the thing with, well, the thing with C++ is that it leads you to make mistake very easily. It's like dynamite. It's very how do we say, dynamite is not fragile. How do we say, it's like the word for explosive that are easily triggered. Explosive that are easily triggered. What's the name? Like dynamite. Like dynamite. No, that's not. That's not the word I'm looking for. That's say adjective. There's not a word, specific word just for that. Unstable. It's not the word, but it looks more like this word. Maybe I conflate it with the word in French.
Sandblader said volatile? Just Haley hyperspin.
Yeah, maybe volatile. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it sounds like it, but maybe. Dynamite is. Yeah, cannot find it. I don't hate not finding words like that. I would say unstable, and the closest one to dynamite is an unstable explosive material, which means that you could like run with a box of dynamite and it explodes with no reason. It explodes. That's C++. It's very volatile. For instance, when you do a class, make an object, and the class is abstract, I think you need to add a default destructor, or else you will have memory leak. C++ abstract class, just to be sure. Default destructor. I don't remember if it's a virtual class or I think it's virtual abstract class. I already have some memory leaks in my own memory. Virtual. Yeah, I think it's virtual because yeah. And if you forget to put it, yeah, you have a memory leak.
Sam Blader said memory leaks are fun, just Haley hyperspin.
Yeah, it just grows and grows until your software cannot run anymore and explode. When you
Sam
want
Blader
to...
said I still gotta get around to fixing mine at some point. Sam Blader said no idea how, though. Person shrugging emoji.
When you want to publish on a console, you have to pass some tests, and they take your game and they test it to see if there's memory leak. And because back in the day, when sometimes there was a game that people left their console running on, and there was a memory leak, and some console broke because of that. Since then, they've passed tests like very thoroughly when you want to publish on consoles. Yeah, it's virtual class. You need to make the destructor default. And this you need to remember when you do C++, because if you forget, C++ won't it will not save you. It will not have your back. I wonder why they didn't do this by default. Like, why the creator didn't think of letting the compiler do this by default. It's getting hot in here. Running. Is it blowing on my microphone? don't seem to go on the microphone. Don't hit any. Oh. Enough with the distraction. Enough with the distraction.
Samblader said there we go, just Haley hyperspin.
Just say the hyperspin. There you go.
Samblader said technically quadrupled my enemy count now of 139 knotters.
How did you do?
Samblader said it probably works fine.
What was the solution?
Samblader said just adding more scenes, just Haley hyperspin.
More scenes?
Samblader said had to do some scuffed weighting calculations too though.
Okay. But why more scene equals more enemies?
Samblader said each enemy is a scene.
Oh. Oh yeah, I remember Godot.
Samblader said so more enemy scenes equals more enemies.
Yeah, I remember. I forgot that Godot was like that. I had to do the same thing with my game. My little game. It was very buggy at the end because I didn't know how to code. But I can show what it looked like. Because I still have the short video of it somewhere. I hope. Should be in my Facebook video. Videos. Yes, it's there. This is what I was making in Godot. So every little pixel star were a scene, and then when I click, I could.
Samblader said better than mine, Bether one to spare.
And it was like space gravity, like they were all little block of, and they could, like this is gravity, and then I could remove a pixel, and it was very hard to do, especially for a beginner, and because I needed the code to do for loops and check every neighboring every neighboring stars, and it was very complicated. I didn't know about the big O. When you do double for loops, you need to calculate the big O, and if you have a big O of n exponent 2, it's bad. It becomes bad. It can be bad to have a big O of 2. What was that sound?
Sam later said, "Oh, into the power of x, isn't that bad, Kappa Pride?"
Yeah, it's that bad because when you have only a for loop, one for loop, you have a big O of n. It means the number of time that the loop will loop at maximum. Like, let's say you have 1,000 loop, the 1,000 loop is just constant. And if you have two loops, one inside the other, then it's doubled, so you have an exponent. So the time it takes to graph, the time it takes is longer. So you can see with graphs like that. Big O of 2 is
Sam
there.
later said, "And if you have O in loop on the outside and O log n, on the inside it's O in log n, just Haley hyperspan."
Yeah. That then you see the logo of 2, it's exponential. The time it will take to calculate it just grow with the number. So if your number goes, you are
Sam
fine.
later said, "O2 to the power of n is my favorite kappa."
No, it's not mine, but it's fine if your number doesn't grow like more than this, which I don't know which what would be like. I don't know. 10, I don't know. But if it grows, if your number is bigger than this, but the time for running your double for loop, it's not good. It's good to go back to this so I don't forget about it. Wait until I have a double for loop to do, and I need to rewatch thing about it. Amazing. Again. My PCG series that I will do, but I go back tomorrow. I might have a double for loop to do as a solution, but I hope I won't. Where's my peer ref? Yeah, I remember doing this game in Godot, and my brother helped me when I had question, and he told me should use an algorithm, and then I didn't know what was an algorithm back then, and the algorithm I found was the breadth first algorithm. So to check every neighbor pixel when I got a pixel between, I needed to check which one, like when I pick a pixel from the lot and bring it out, I needed to check the neighbor. When the pixel comes in, I think, yeah, when a pixel comes in and I wanted to snap it in place, I needed to check, and there was a lot of deep breadth search. I'll go. The breadth first, I'll go. Yeah. The algorithm. So you check the neighbor. When the neighbor is checked, you say it's checked. So it has a variable to say when it's checked or not. You made it through. Check the next one is checked. Yes, you turn it the variable to yes, to true, and so on and so on. So I have to do this variable, this algorithm, and it's for loop, a lot of for loop. I wonder what is the best friends algorithm, the BFF, BSF, boyfriend algorithm, the BSF algorithm, big O. I don't think I've checked. So the big O is O plus E. I should have avoided double for loop then, if the big O is not the exponent too. I didn't know about. I heard Big O. My brother told me about Big O back then. But when I did the BFS algo, I didn't know much how to handle Big O. That double for loop might be wrong. Maybe I did it right. Let's go back to our little sheeps. I was watching this graphic design crash course. Except if Sam interrupts.
Smooth and enclosed.
I will break
Circles
it.
are often associated with unity, wholeness, and harmony. They feel comforting, stable, and
Sam later
protective
said I
because
would
of
never
their
interrupt Kappa.
infinite form. Pepsi's circular logo tries to convey friendliness and community, matching its inclusive, refreshing brand identity. And car
Thank
brands
you,
often
Pepsi.
use
Sam later
circles in their
said too
logos
busy
because
trying
of
to
the
figure
secure
out
and
why the
safe.
PNGs aren't importing properly anymore. Bather one despair.
Oh, what is the error? Is there an error? What is it doing?
Samblader said core/io/resource_format_binary.cpp:1083 rees://resources/death.trees in external resource.
Invalid UID. Did you move the texture from a folder to another?
Samblader said nope.
It's as if it doesn't recognize the UID.
Samblader said only change is copying the scenes that use them originally, just Haley Hyperspan.
Maybe it lost the reference to it in the copy. It loses the reference to the picture.
Samblader said it all works fine though.
Or maybe it's just a warning. But it sounds like it doesn't find the reference. Or maybe since you made a copy, it didn't make a unique UID, so the UID of the first one is in use. Maybe that's the problem. And so it tries to understand why the copied UID is in use. Maybe that's the issue. Because the UID is ID as created for the picture, and it's supposed to be a unique ID, I think, and it's random just so that it can differentiate and tell, okay, this is a unique object. But if it shares this ID with another one, it doesn't understand because it's supposed to be a unique ID. A unique ID. Maybe I could be wrong. I remember doing a tutorial. It was Hazel Engine, and he was creating UIDs, and he was telling that UIDs, what's that I just told you.
Safety factor. And if you're someone who doesn't buy into the whole shape psychology thing, well, watch the entire video because we do have some hard evidence for it actually working and being a legitimate thing. Next, we have squares. Now, squares represent stability, reliability, and professionalism. They often convey a sense of order, structure, and trustworthiness. Microsoft's square logo shows the brand's 4 core products while reinforcing a sense of structure and consistency, and this is ideal for tech giants. Triangles are quite interesting as they can represent a few different things depending on which way they are pointing. Triangles can signify action, energy, or movement depending on their orientation. Upward triangles can suggest ability and progress, while downward triangles can imply instability or focus. The play button icon, typically a triangle pointing right, universally conveys movement and forward progression, and this enhances its function for media and entertainment purposes. Like squares, rectangles feel sturdy and dependable, but add a kind of directional elements that can lead the viewer's eye. they feel secure and organized. National Geographic's yellow rectangular border frames its content with a sense of exploration and focus, encapsulating the brand's emphasis on storytelling. Now, hexagons imply connection and efficiency, often associated with technology or collaboration due to their natural fit in patterns. The logo for Slack uses interconnected hexagons to represent the collaboration that does define the brand, and this hints at a teamwork and communication element. Ovals feel organic and feel gentle, often symbolizing motion or the flow of time, and that's with a calming and approachable kind of vibe. The Ford logo uses an oval to give a sense of stability and approachability, softening the brand's powerful automotive image. And that moves us briskly into the next category of shapes, which is the organic shapes. Organic shapes are simplified or stylized representations, often suggestive rather than literal. They typically have curves and aren't all that geometric. But what about the actual psychology of these shapes? Well, abstract shapes give a brand or a design a modern, often open-ended feeling, allowing viewers to often interpret meaning freely. Organic shapes are often linked to natural products or messages, but of course not always. One example of not always is the Nike swoosh, as that's an abstract shape that suggests speed and movement, and this enhances the brand's athletic and empowerment identity. Now, one really important part of graphic design is symbolism, and that's where symbolic shapes come into play. Symbolic shapes carry a widely recognized meaning and are often tied to cultural or sociological associations. So things that are literal, such as hearts, stars, crosses, arrows, etc. In graphic design, they bring immediate associations and clarity, like hearts for love or stars for excellence. This can be incorporated into concepts for any kind of design. For example, the heart shape in the Airbnb's logo, which symbolizes belonging and feeling at home, and this aligns with their brand mission. Also, on this design here, we can see the animated arrow carrying the typography, but the arrow literally suggests movement in the direction of the basketball player. Again, symbolic shapes are very, very literal and they evoke a message instantly. That's basically their job. Then we have lines or line-based shapes. These are typically linear shapes or boundaries without fill, and of course can range from straight to wavy lines. Lines can direct focus, suggest movement, or create rhythm, adding either calmness or energy. But in general, vertical lines are dominant and energetic, and horizontal lines are more peaceful and more stable. IBM's logo uses horizontal lines within its lettering to create a sense of stability and rhythm while suggesting modernity and connection. So, now some of the juicy and usable tips that you can use on your designs when using shape psychology. We're talking about the pro tips and the hacks and so forth. And yes, we're also going to look at hard evidence on how this stuff isn't just hocus pocus voodoo BS. So the first hack or pro tip is that triangles are the ultimate tool for creating a sense of movement. You can strategically position triangles to direct the eye and add urgency. Try using upward pointing triangles to imply growth and ambition, or downward ones for grounding and stability. You can position triangles at image corners to point towards your focal points, and the triangles don't have to be totally obvious. As you can see in the black space towards the bottom of this design is a right-facing triangle. And also the triangle shape itself doesn't have to be that obvious, it could just be subtle and abstract. Considering that squares or rectangles can create order or stability, it can be a good idea to use these shapes for educational or informative designs, and here's how. Try a grid-based layout that uses squares or rectangles for image frames or text boxes. This approach not only organizes content, but it visually conveys dependability and straightforwardness. When information is laid out in this way, it achieves a more serious and a more direct manner. Also, these rigid and balanced shapes help the information to be processed easier to the viewer. And 2 points to you if you notice the triangle arrows pointing the viewer around this second design. If you want a design's message and visual language to be more approachable and more informal, Rounded corners on squares and rectangles soften the design and make it feel more approachable. And this is excellent for friendly or casual branding or designs in general. You can see on these examples how more friendly and non-serious the design appears simply because of the rounded corners on the shapes. The next tip is one of my most favorites. Try to combine shapes with colors that evoke the same emotion. So if you're using organic circular shapes that are calming, use desaturated calming colors as well. It seems obvious, but many designers don't even consider or think like this. Slanted or angled shapes add a sense of movement. So for example, maybe for a sporting design, you could arrange angled shapes around the athlete or just simply to imply motion. Use triangles in the background to intensify the sense of speed and action, and slanted lines can also evoke a sense of modernity and futurism, as they do suggest moving into something new. Asymmetric designs create a sense of action and movement, which can energize a layout and draw attention. A dynamic website landing page featuring an asymmetrical grid layout with images and products off-center can evoke excitement and encourage exploration, making the page feel more lively. This shape psychology refers more to the layout rather than the actual shapes themselves. Now, if you're working on a design for something like skincare products, wellness, or something along those lines, one easy way to make a home run hitting design is to use organic, free-form shapes to create a sense of comfort. This is instantly often associated with nature and human connection. As example, a wellness brand could use wavy organic shapes in their package design. This not only creates a calming visual effect, but also communicates a connection to nature and holistic health. And now, to dispel the myth that shape psychology is a bunch of hooey and doesn't have any place or relevance in reality and graphic design, because it does. Now, it's been shown in scans that the brain has dedicated areas for processing basic visual elements, including shapes. The primary visual cortex and regions of the optical and parietal lobes help us interpret shapes and assign meaning based on learned and intuitive associations. For example, fMRI scans show heightened brain activity in the amygdala, a center for emotions, and that's when viewing angular or sharp shapes. This supports the idea that these shapes evoke stronger, often more intense responses. But get this. The influence of logo shapes, including those of brands like Pepsi, has been studied to understand consumer perception. Research often cited in this field includes a 2015 study by Dr. Milika Moorman and Dr. Andrew A. Mitchell, and this examined how shape affects brand perception. Their study, Shapes, Colors, and Brand Identity, Exploring the Role of Visual Properties in Consumers, which was published in Journal of Marketing Research, found that circular logos tend to evoke feelings of warmth, community, and harmony, whereas angular logos were associated with durability, strength, and professionalism.
Was other researchers have shown that it's a cultural thing. So they did those adverse. They did those research in this paper, but in Western culture. That's why it's prevalent, and they see result. But it's a thing to know that it's not so much in our brain. It's more in our brain than in our DNA. So if we search like the pointy character who looks meany, it's not everywhere. It's almost everywhere, but not everywhere. But just good to know that it's not it's not platonic shape or something. Look like in the fabric of the universe or something. Psychology. Tribal people not seeing abstract Yeah, they've shown abstract shape to tribal people, and you don't see abstract shape sometimes. No, it's not this one, but it looks like it. Although, like, yeah, I've seen one where they show tribal people. I read it rather. They show tribal people this, like a sphere like that, a sphere like that, a sphere like that, and there is a triangle hidden there. They show this to tribal members that are cut from society, like in
Sam later said Ermaksha Ali, those are ovals, nerd face emoji kappa pretty.
yeah, so the tribal people don't see the triangle hidden there. They've shown it to tribal people and they don't see the triangle. They don't see the abstraction. There's a lot of stuff like that with tribal, that so when they want to know if it's a cultural thing, an abstract shape is a cultural thing usually. And there's like a million people living in the Amazonian forest that has no contact. How many people live in rainforest? 47 million is like cut from society. Let's cut from modernity. Around 100 uncontacted tribal groups. They have no contact with, they don't know about internet, they don't know about wars and history and anything. They live like in they might receive people from
Sam later said 47 million to social media.
Yeah, exactly. They don't know about history. They might get someone like us visiting them and wanting to live with them, and they might think like they are, I don't, these people bring their weird stories about conquistadors and about Jesus and about things that we never heard about. And this is a lot of people. It's more than my own culture. Quebec, big population. Quebec province population. We are just 10 million. Right. Quebec, French Canadian population 10 millions. So we are, it's like 4 Quebec population in the rainforest without contact with modernity, which is huge. 5 even. 5 cubic. I wonder how many people wanting to live off the grid going to the Amazon forest and getting decapitated. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They probably don't get decapitate people.
But the researchers of a different study in 2013, which was published in the Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, presented participants with images containing basic geometric shapes, such as circles, squares, and triangles. And this was in neutral colors, as example black or gray. The simplicity of the shapes helped isolate the emotional impact specifically related to the form rather than other design elements like color or texture. Participants also viewed a mix of smooth-edged and sharp-edged shapes to analyze the psychological effects of curvature versus angularity in design. The primary tool for measuring emotion was the positive and negative effect schedule, or PANAS scale, and this allowed participants to rate how each shape made them feel in terms of emotions like calmness, excitement, anxiety, or trust. This approach helped quantify emotional reactions on a standard scale, making the response comparable across participants and cultures. The results concluded that shapes do evoke specific emotion that can transcend cultural boundaries, though cultural nuances influence how strongly these emotions are felt. They suggest that designers can utilize these findings to create more targeted visuals, choosing shapes that align with the desired emotional impact of a brand or message, such as circles for inclusivity or squares for stability. So when you're next looking at a graphic design, or better yet, looking at your screen while designing your next project, really do consider how shape impacts psychology. Graphic design is visual communication, and shapes are some of the most hard-hitting tools when it comes to evoking messages, emotions, and feelings to our audiences. And they won't be able to attract those higher-paying clients. But if you'd like to learn more crucially important aspects of graphic design, consider checking out my playlist on longer course-style videos related to graphic design. And until next time, design your future today. Peace.
Anyhow, I'm just having fun. Looks like I'm just having fun drawing on your Now we're going to move into the shape carving, guys. Looks like we had a lot of submissions for that.
Shape carving is a process that I use for concept art, usually with the lasso tool, to carve out shadow shapes and describe forms. Recently, I received a lot of great submissions from students practicing their shape carving in the Monster Lab course at proco.com/monsterlab. There was a common issue though that can slow you down and make your designs weaker. Let's go over how to fix that now.
Okay, here's Irene's. These turned out pretty cool, dude. It says, I worked on my silhouettes, adding some simple shadows to indicate the details. Okay, these look pretty nice. So what I'd say is, you're trying to show it all, because, you know, most of us, we come from the world of rendering and concept art, and really what we want to do is actually throw a lot of this away. We don't need to see a lot of this stuff. Even this whole bone, the shape of your bone in your silhouette is good enough. So do more with less. Same with this guy. So let's push your fingers back. Right here, think about it. The rib cage, this larger mass would be casting a shadow over the spinal column. Push spinal column back in. The spear, you wouldn't see. We don't need to see that behind the body. These parts of the pelvic girdle, will there be a cast shadow from the rib cage. This lower part of the tabard. Lower part of the shin. This big mushroom cap would be casting pretty good shadow. Again, it looks too much like a hammerhead shark that bulges out. So you see, it's kind of a common theme here. I'm actually like undoing your work. You don't have to do as much as you think you need to do. Proud of you guys for pushing it. It's pretty cool to see how you guys are, you know, pushing it and using it to describe a lot of form. But I think in some cases it's like antithetical to the approach, to the whole point of the approach. I really like how you're doing this stuff. So I like your angular shapes. They're pretty cool. Honestly, that's it. The stylistic execution on the shadows, the angularity, your hard brush, your hard angular rectangle brush or whatever you're using. It's pretty cool. It looks really nice. It has a neat style to it. You just need to simplify your shadows, like group your shadows. Group your shadows more, simplify your shadow shapes into simpler masses that link up. Remember that idea of linking. So it's like cast shadow under neck to the one under shoulder to down across the breast to the belly to bicep to forearm. Do you see that? And now we get this nice, there's like a rhythm or like a flow that takes us through the character. You get the picture. Oh, this big part of the trap on a big muscular trap. Get a form change right there. When I'm doing this mark, it's the same as doing this. Same idea. When I'm doing that, like the feathering there, but this is doing it with a stroke. Like you could, it's the equivalent.
The thing is, I wouldn't do lasso on silhouette work because it's too much into the details of. I would do it like after the silhouette work when I want to do a final stuff. I have picked my silhouette. I know which one I want. So then I would start doing minor details like that.
Equivalent to a soft edge, right? There's a rounding of form. It's that optical value blend I mentioned. Lighter value affected by direct light source. Place where there is no direct light source affecting it. That's what I, just throw into shadow. And then this right here is creating something in between, right? So you have like this color gray. Grab a little sample of this, bring it over here. And then I take like a smudge tool. I'm doing the same thing, but doing it with painting, right? So that's a technique with like etching or draftsmanship, where the idea is to create a gradation in value or a form transition, a softer edge. But before we could print with tiny pixels, right? Or before we could reproduce things like oil paintings really well, you had to do it just with black and white. That's what's going on right there. Is I'm creating an edge softening, but with line. So the values present in this case would be like, you have your lighter gray, your darker gray, and then whatever this turns into once I smudge it, like that's what your eye is seeing is this in-between value. That's what that is if you squint. And you can use, I like this kind of looping. I think that's kind of fun. I've been messing around with that lately, and you can kind of use it to communicate form. Like so I'm thinking of the cylinder of the bicep, and then using the direction of this mark to say something about the way this thing is turning. It's turning like this. This is a cylinder. At the end, it terminates and inserts into the rest of the forearm. But fundamentally, I'm drawing like that. That's what I'm doing right there. That muscle mass. Same here. So there's another cylinder, right? To communicate the volume, I'm showing that cylinder is rolling over. In biceps case, it's doing this. The cylinder is like that. If you wanted to really simplify what's going on with the bicep right here, or break up into smaller parts, let's say here actually, right? So those are the cross contours. These hatch marks are going this way. You could do them individually, but there's something about this, I don't know, this sort of squiggle. I just think it's fun. It has some energy in it. But you could do the same thing with the feathering that I've showcased before in demos, this deal. It's the same idea. Like you look at a lot of comic artwork and Mike Mignola's stuff, he does this. A lot of artists do that. Not that that's something you kind of do, but it is an interesting sort of like textural additional element because right now your strokes are so simplistic. Those angular strokes, it's a cool look. But if you like wanted to push it further in terms of presentation, this is maybe a way you could do that. It's equivalent of going back with a smudge tool, like a feathered brush or a fan brush to soften edges in oil painting. If you can already draw really well, if you have nice line work and you understand form and draftsmanship, combine it with the shadow shape stuff and you'll have something a lot cooler. I mean, a lot more like traditional comics. Now, little side note, this guy's really cool, by the way. You can use the pupil, where you put the pupil, even this in the simple white dot, depending on where you place it inside of the socket can say a lot about perspective or directionality. So I put the pupils low in the socket, like he's giving you this sort of side eye, kind of arrogant or power look. We're gonna see that he's like looking up at his like plant daddy. Daddy. This guy's looking straight at viewer. Same here. Let's give her just one eye. Anyhow, I'm just having fun. Looks like I'm just having fun drawing on your. I've totally lost track of time. This is really.
You can interrupt if you want. There is Sam later with us.
Cool. Did a good job. In general, yeah, group the shadow shapes. If you want to introduce some more visual interest, think about the feathering or the softening of edges and parts, especially on like really large forms. You know, when you have this like shadow shape transition from light to dark on large spherical forms, it sort of feels odd. Doesn't read right because that's not how it works.
Sam later
That's how
said
it looks.
to
It
the
doesn't,
139
light a ball
stare.
and there's like dark section and light section. It doesn't read
Sam
quite
later
right.
said
The hard
whatever gotta
contrast shadow
be
shape
that
stuff I
way
do
to
works
the
better with.
139 stare.
Did you still have the issue? PNG issue? Or
Sam
something
later said
else?
apparently all I needed to do was resave every scene.
Oh,
Sam later said no idea why it broke in the first place. Sam later
Okay.
said but whatever.
yeah. This wasn't blocking your progress, I guess.
Sam later said distracted me for a good 30 minutes though Bather won despair. Sam later said oh I see. Sam later said I needed to resave the library. Sam later
Okay.
said apparently. Sam later said but I did that to the 139 stare.
Library. Was it because of the UID?
Sam later said anyways back to work on what I was meant to add so that V7 can be done.
Yes. Let's do this. Tell me when V7 is ready. Try it. Do a play test. Testing. Oh, Coronel FPS left us. Damn it. You wanted to watch my video there.
Plane changes, cast shadows, but on something like a big belly, right? A big droopy pectoral, a old lady boob, whatever's going on here, or these little guy faces, something like near to hatching is going to work better for communicating roundness. See that? You can even use it to like kind of like describe the fact that that's going backwards in space. I can see that's what you're telling me, and you can use your hatching lines to reinforce the directionality of the form. That's why artists do that. It's like it's helping communicate that this is moving away from me. It's rolling. You can give it a little core shadow with something like this. And you leave that bottom edge showing. It's a bit of, the idea is a bit of bounce light. On the other side you can do tighter to the edge to just be like a form shadow. You can just show that the thing is just rolling away from the eye. Anyways, that's why artists, that's why we do this. That's why artists paint across that short axis of the form. If you never heard that term, it's like you have a form, and when you're applying the stroke, the short axis of the form is this part of this cylinder. The short axis. That helps me to understand the volume. This is a useful exercise to do, by the way, is to just take something like this and kind of describe the volume like it were with cross contours, like it was a low poly model. If you're having trouble doing this exercise, the shape carving part, or just understanding draftsmanship in general or modeling form in general, this can be a really useful thing to do, is go back over the top Don't leave it in your final art. It's to help you understand. You're breaking it down. It's like an analysis. That's a really fun, I guess Stan kind of just did it in Bernie Wrightson Swamp Thing drawing.
Remember, drawing is more thinking than actual drawing. So you're essentially, your brain is filling in what's there, what you can't really see, drawing upon what you know. You feel that skull arts in there?
Yeah, you could go take something like that, or a piece of Mignola's work or Jim Lee's work, and go over it and try to understand the volumes, even in the places where it's been thrown back into shadow. Try to understand what's going on. Do that over one of your silhouettes. You know, take a silhouette and then do a draw over, trying to understand the form just based on what you're seeing with the shape. That was a real pleasure. This is a really cool piece, dude. You did a good job. Thank you, guys. I look forward to seeing what you do on the next assignment, colorization.
Thanks for watching. There's still time to take part in the final critique for the Monster Lab course. Submit your work over at proco.com/monsterlab. And if you want to know more about the shape carving technique, check out this video where I use it to make a post.
Hey everybody! Are you ready to shape up? Yay!
So Proco is not just this guy. I thought it was just this.
Well, if you said yes, then that's good, because in this lesson, you're gonna learn all about shapes. So, what's a shape? Well, it's hard to define shape without using the word shape. You know, it's a shape. You start drawing a line, and then when you enclose it,
concept.
The area inside, that's a shape. It's a fundamental element of the visual language. It's impossible to draw something without using shapes.
Sam later said,
we already learned that even lines
no wave
have a shape to them.
139 Lamau.
Oh, hey. A shape is an abstract concept. If you have to create a shape, like when you do an abstract class of a circle, where the abstract class would be the shape. You would, the abstract would be a shape, and then the square would be the children of the shape class. The square would be the children of the shape class. Because you cannot instantiate an object that is only a shape. You cannot instantiate an abstract class. But if it's a square, inheriting from the abstract class shape,
this line, or shape, is thick at the bottom and long and tapering at the top. So we've already been using shapes in this whole course. Now we're gonna focus on it. I think that learning about shape can be broken up into two focuses: shape accuracy and shape design. Shape accuracy is training your eyes to see accurate proportions. You have a reference, whether it's something right in front of you or a photo, and you focus on capturing what you're seeing. Shape design is about making shapes look interesting or awesome looking. Doesn't matter if it's true to reality or not, as long as it looks awesome. Most of the time, artists are balancing both of these concepts, and the way you balance them really depends on what you're doing. Your style might lean towards one of the two, but also the industry you work in might dictate the requirements of the job. If you're early on in your journey to art mastery, you probably don't know what your style is gonna be or what job you're gonna have. And actually, it doesn't matter, because we should practice both. We should train our eyes to see accurately, and we should be able to break from reality to draw our own shapes that we see with our head, not our eyes. This is a good time for me to tell you about my Drawing Basics course. We're now starting the shape section of the course. We'll have a bunch of lessons covering both accuracy and design so that you can speak with shapes in the visual language. The premium course has extended lessons, projects to help you practice the concepts. I demonstrate all the projects, and I have critique videos reviewing student submissions to help you fix your mistakes. And that's just a shape section of the course. We just finished the line section that has 30 videos just helping you get better at lines. And after shapes, we're gonna focus on perspective, intuitive perspective, values, and edges. So by the end of the course, we'll be shading and drawing in 3D. So if you wanna jump in and join the class, it's never too late. It also helps to support our free content here on YouTube. That's over at proko.com/drawing. Okay, back to the lesson. So coming up, we're gonna have some lessons that focus on accuracy and some that focus on design. In this lesson, we're gonna learn about simplifying shapes and constructing complex shapes out of simple shapes, because that's an important skill to have for both accuracy and design. Shape language. We learned how lines have emotions and can communicate ideas. Shapes are the same, but on steroids. Shapes are the primary way that we communicate with pictures. People can have an emotional response just looking at some shapes. The basic shapes that are traditionally taught in shape language are circles, squares, and triangles. Of course, that in itself is a simplification, but let's just stick to that. Each of these shapes has a personality. Circles are soft, safe, friendly, and cute. Squares are stable, reliable, strong, and stubborn. Triangles are energetic, dangerous, and aggressive. Triangles are directional, so the way they point has an effect. Look at how this shape language can be applied to a character. The character inherits the personality of the shape. Which one looks the most friendly? Strong? How about aggressive? This bunny is cute. It's round and soft, and that's psychologically and scientifically guaranteed to be cute. Now, what's the opposite of a round shape containing the mass? Well, I think of an explosion of triangles. Well, that kind of reminds me of bugs. The scary types of bugs.
Dan.
Yeah?
Got this for you.
Most people have an instinctual reaction to the shape of a bug, even if they know it's harmless. So using shape language to our advantage when we're drawing can be very powerful. Start simple. Now, keeping things simple is not easy. It's actually really difficult. You have to learn how to simplify a complex object into a simple shape. When we're drawing from reference, simplifying means we can't just copy what we're seeing. We have to process it and make a bunch of decisions. What's important about this thing? What can we remove? What would it look like if we remove a bunch of stuff? Drawing from imagination usually involves learning about the world and breaking it down. So don't go into it thinking that simplifying is the easy route. Getting good at breaking things down takes practice and constant observation. There's actually a lot of reasons why it's useful to start a drawing with simple shapes. My animation teacher in high school had a sign up on the wall that said, "KISS. Keep it simple, stupid."
Keep it simple and stupid.
And he constantly reminded us of it when we complicated things. We have a tendency to overcomplicate, and that can make it harder to get a good drawing. Simplifying makes it easier to judge proportions. If we're drawing from reference, breaking down your subject into simple shapes makes it easier to judge proportions, leading to better accuracy. A really common way to start a drawing is with an envelope, a big shape that contains everything. This hand has so many small shapes that it would be difficult to just jump right in. Imagine it gift wrapped. By doing this, I can look at the big angle changes and rhythms where things line up. I can measure the width to height relationship of this big shape. Once I'm confident that it's accurate, it's much easier to break it up into smaller shapes. Keep it simple, stupid. Simplifying makes it easier to fix mistakes. When we're starting our drawings, the main things that we're focused on are proportions, composition on the page, the gesture, interesting shape design. It's pretty common to make a mistake and have to move something. It's a lot easier to move a simple shape than a complicated shape. And usually what happens when you complicate too early is you convince yourself that it's good enough. It's not fun having to redo something. You end up not fixing mistakes that take too much effort, and that makes your drawing worse. So keep it simple, stupid. Simplifying allows us to focus on one thing at a time.
Like an
in those early stages, Ignoring the
Like, he
details,
called me
all the
stupid.
bumps of the secondary forms, lets us focus on those important things that we're trying
Sam
to
later
achieve in
said
the
it
early
is 2
stages,
to
like
139
proportions.
matters.
And we get through the first stage faster. Afterwards, we can focus on designing all those smaller shapes. It's good to build your drawing in stages. You end up doing a better job than if you try to do everything at the same time. Simplifying allows quick iteration. Simplifying allows for quick concepts to explore ideas. A big rule for concept designers is not to fall in love with your first ideas. It's good to spend a lot of time exploring, iterating, and trying things when you have no idea if they'll work. If you're gonna do 100 concepts for a character lineup, you wanna keep it simple. And again, you're a lot more likely to stick to your first idea if you put a lot of time and effort into adding detail. Keep it simple, stupid. Simplifying
Okay.
makes it easier to understand and remember. If you'll be drawing
How
something
you
many
keep it
times,
simple.
like a character for your comic or graphic novel or animation, especially animation, then you need to seriously understand the shapes of that character so you can remember them. It's a lot easier to keep your characters consistent if you can simplify them. Keep it simple, stupid. Simplifying makes it easier to invent different angles and poses. So you have your character, you understand the big simple shapes,
Sam
you
later said
remember
Bethel
them.
won to spare.
Now it becomes easier to pose them, move and deform all the parts. It's much easier to draw
Sam
something
later
from a
said
different
take a
angle
shot every
if
time
it's
he
simple.
says stupid Bethel
Keep
won
it
to
simple,
spare.
stupid. Simple shapes are iconic, instantly recognizable, and clear. We can simplify the shape of something, and if we keep the important parts that make that thing unique, it's still very recognizable. It becomes an icon. A bell is this oval on top, transitioning to this flat triangle on bottom, and a small circle underneath. This communicates the idea of a bell, or Darth Vader. The most famous logos usually have simple shapes at the heart of their design. You know in a heartbeat what each of these logos represents, and they read from a mile away. We start simple so that we can design the major elements first. Big shapes are easier to exaggerate and stylize, and easier to work with to determine the shape language. We start with simple shapes, and we try to maintain them as we add detail throughout the drawing. Build complexity. All right, so we got our simple shapes. We've determined our main actors. When you're writing a story, those big acts are like your simple shapes, and you have your main characters. Now, as we add details, as we add more complexity, we should try to make those details support the main ideas. They're like supporting characters. But those details should be interesting on their own too. It's a balancing act of making things interesting, but part of the whole. The viewer sees an image from a distance, it all works together, capturing their attention. They walk up to it to get a closer look, and the details are exciting and keep the viewer engaged. Everywhere they look, they discover something new. Super inspiring, that's the goal. But let's get back to the basics. Combining and deforming. We build complexity by combining simple shapes. By adding and subtracting shapes from other shapes, we can build complexity one step at a time and ease into it. Build a star by adding a bunch of triangles. Subtract a circle from another circle, and you get a crescent moon, or a banana. This is kinda geometric, getting into math territory. Ew. Now when you apply that same concept to shapes that are more organic, shapes that are bloated, or stretched, or punched, now the game changes. Here's a bunch of simple organic shapes. Now look, recognize this guy? What about now? Change up the proportions a little bit, or a lot of bit, and you get a totally different, very recognizable character. With simple shapes, we can build a framework for any body type, for any character, or anything. It's the way in which we combine the shapes that really matters. When I go out plein air painting, I always start with a small thumbnail exploring the major elements that make up the composition. Individually, these shapes don't mean much, but together, they're an afternoon in Malibu. You don't have to draw complicated details to have a complex message. You just have to combine simple shapes in meaningful ways. Try to keep your simple shapes strong and solid, not messy, scribbly shapes. Don't think of mashed potatoes, Just think of potatoes. At this point, you might be thinking, but how do I know how to put the shapes together? Well, that's the hard part. Many concepts influence how you decide to put shapes together. Composition, anatomy, perspective, design, gesture. There's a lot. There's a lot of concepts that drive your shape decisions. That's why art can look so different. There can be so many different styles. Even more styles we haven't seen yet. Perhaps yours. This can be intimidating, especially if you think that you need to learn and master all these things now. Maybe eventually you will be a master of all these concepts, but right now it's about prioritizing. In this course, I'll introduce and guide you through the things that I think are important as a good base for all visual artists. But after that, it's up to you. If you love learning, then it can be kind of exciting to know that there's so much waiting for us. If you loved this video, you're gonna love the videos in the premium section. Not only does the premium section have more demonstrations and extended lessons, it also has projects and critique videos. If you don't want your drawings to look like this, go to proko.com/drawing. If you're enjoying this course, don't be selfish. Tell your friends about it. All right, guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can use shape language to drastically
Sam
improve
later
your
said,
character
"I'd
design.
man, you called me stupid, so I won't be telling my no friends about this Kappa Pride."
And how the masters at Disney, Pixar, and other amazing animation studios do it. To start things off, the big question: what is shape design, and is it something that I really need? Don't people just draw characters and leave it at that? Well, I mean, you know, that is one way of drawing and approaching characters, but if you ever want to design a wide cast of characters that need to all look different from one another, have different personality traits, or it could just be that you're stuck with drawing characters that all feel the same or look the same, that's when you would start thinking about the shape design of your characters. In fact, a lot of your favorite characters from movies, shows, video games, and comics use shape design and shape language to help make their characters stand out. A good character designer will usually use some element of a shape to help design their characters, or at least just to get them started. Whether it's super straightforward and direct, or subtle and a bit more abstract, some element is being used. And a great example that I love to use is from the movie Up, a Pixar movie that a lot of people love. The designers of the film really knew how to take the basic shapes and turn them into characters. Now obviously Pixar still has a somewhat realistic style to them, but by just following the simple rule of using shape language, they were able to get a nice variety in shapes amongst their main cast of characters. So here I'm going to be using the characters from Up to show you how the designers use different shapes to separate the look and silhouette of the main characters in the movie. A lot of the times I find that when we're designing human characters or human-esque looking characters, they end up feeling quite similar to one another, and that's because when we're drawing characters that are human, we give them similar proportions, they have similar features, and it ends up becoming a little bit harder to separate them visually. But as you can see with the characters from Up, they very clearly used shapes to separate each of these characters. Carl being square, Russell being circle, and the triangle being for Kevin, and a rounded square for Doug. So Doug's a little bit of an exception. He's like a combination of the circle and the square. But even so, by just doing this, changing the proportions, warping them a little bit, and arranging the shapes in different ways, it makes these characters feel very separate and different from one another. And by doing this, it makes them feel more like individuals rather than a similar cast of characters. This also helps that when these characters are on screen, we can identify them a lot faster and a lot easier, and it creates for a nice combination of shapes when they're all on the same screen. These shapes that I just used to break down the characters from Up, yeah, that's all you need. It's as simple as using a square, circle, and a triangle. Now, don't get me wrong, the concept is super simple. It's just 3 shapes. Shapes that we're familiar with since we were babies, but it is a tough one to master. And that's because there are so many different ways that one can use these shapes and how someone can decide to apply them. So that means how you decide to organize them, the order in which they're organized, their proportions, maybe they're warped, so on and so forth. Already, you can kind of see that the possibilities are pretty much endless. And this hasn't even gotten into line weight, colors, and rendering, which pretty much define what an artist's style is going to be. So the next big question is, how do we use shape design? How is it applied? Well, we saw a little bit of it with the up example, but that was only one way of applying shape design and shape language into our characters. So now it's time to get a little technical with definitions, because we are going to be using these words a lot. What is shape design and what is shape language? Like, what do they even mean, and are they even different from one another? This is going to be an oversimplification of what these terms mean, but it gets across the general idea for the purposes of designing characters. Shape design is when we take the literal shape and apply it in a very obvious way onto our characters. So previously, I used the characters from Up, and I would say that Up is an example of using the literal shape to help design those characters. But another great example of the shape being used literally in the design of the character, where their shape is even in their name, and that character is SpongeBob. He is literally a square. Sometimes it's really as easy as that. And the neat thing is that usually you will find this a lot with characters from animated TV shows. And that's because, for one, it's easier to animate, but two, it creates some really memorable silhouettes and designs because of how simple they are. Think about characters like Mickey Mouse. He's just 3 circles stuck together, and voila, you have a character. Another example is Phineas and Ferb, right? Phineas has a triangle for a head. Like, that's it's kind of bizarre, but it's as simple as that. So those examples are how we can take shapes and use them to help us design simple but memorable characters. Usually though, this is applied a lot, but not limited to really cartoony looking characters. So the next one is shape language. Shape language is when we take aspects from shapes and apply them to characters. So for example, if we were to use a square is boxy, it's large, chunky, squat, has 90-degree angles, and has very flat, even sides to it. You might be thinking, great, we just described a box. How does that help with designing characters? I'll switch it up and I'll use another animated series with a completely different style to show what I mean. So for shape language, I'm going to be using characters from the show Legend of Korra, which was a spin-off of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And I'm going to be using Mako, who's on the left-hand side, and Bolin, who's on the right-hand side. And I want to show how the designers use different shapes to kind of help break down or make these characters feel a little bit more different and individualistic from each other. Now, for shape language, I find that it's a lot more helpful and a lot more useful when we're using it with realistic characters. It's not exclusive to realistic characters, but it helps a lot more. Because when it comes to more realistic characters, you don't really get that much of an opportunity to exaggerate or distort the proportions or forms of these characters. So for shape language, it helps to really just take qualities and aspects of the shape and just keep them in mind as we're designing the characters. And as you can see for Bolin, he's a lot more square, his head's a lot wider, his body's a lot wider, and everything is a bit more parallel. Whereas if you look at Mako, who's very much based on the triangle shape, he's a lot pointier, his hair comes up literally to a point, his face is a bit longer and pointier, not as wide as Bolin's, and a lot of his body shape and silhouette converges to a single point, which then again allows for that more triangular feel to his body design. But using shape language also helps communicate who they are as characters. So Mako is a lot more dynamic, he's more action oriented, jumps around a lot, and that's because his bending abilities, or his superpowers I guess, if you've never watched the show, is that he can control and manipulate fire, which is again a lot more dynamic, a lot faster, and in essence the fire shape itself is also pointier. Whereas Bolin, he has rock powers, so he's usually more planted with his 2 feet on the ground, his character is a lot more grounded, and his ability to control rocks also kind of needs him to be a bit heftier and slower and a bit more grounded. And rocks, their shape in general also is a lot boxier and bigger. Using shape language doesn't mean you have to completely distort or exaggerate the shape of these characters, but you can use qualities from the shape and kind of stick them to the characters to help just make them look a little bit more different and a little bit more identifiable from one another. You can help support us as we continue to make free arts education by becoming a member on Patreon or YouTube. This will give you access to special perks like critiques and classes. So shape design and shape language are two of the main ways we use shapes to help us design characters. But there's one more approach, and this one is kind of interesting, and that is how we sometimes associate personalities with shapes. Shapes aren't there to just physically define a character, but it can also show their personalities. So for the square shape, we associate it with words like strong, stubborn, stable, rigid, and/or dependable. For a circle, it's soft, organic, fluid, flexible, adaptable, and/or friendly. For a triangle, it's usually linked with wild, unpredictable, outgoing, energetic, and/or dangerous. So if you think back to our up example, you can kinda actually see that in how those shapes are also associated with their personality. Carl's kind of grumpy and rigid. Russell is friendly and approachable. And Kevin, he's wild. I mean, he's a wild bird. And Doug, because he's a rounded square, he's loyal, which is kind of like stubborn, but he's also friendly.
What about
like I said before, I don't want to keep using Up as an example. So for this one, I'm going to use Disney's 2D animated film Mulan because it perfectly captures and takes advantage of this shape principle. So we're going to be using Ling to start us off with the shape association. And a lot of the times we can use shapes to help us get a subtle indication of who these characters are, their personality traits, and just give a first impression as to their behavior and who they're like. So with Ling, he's very pointy, he's kind of lanky and long, and his poses are also a lot more dynamic, and this perfectly fits with the triangle shape. His head's pointier, his hands are thinner, and his forearms kind of also come to a point. But not only is the shape language applied to his character design, but it matches his personality really, really well. He's kind of a wild and eccentric person. He's not mischievous necessarily, but he's not like super friendly as we'll see with some other characters. So again, he's kind of a wild card. Now if we move on to Yao, he's very clearly using the square shape. He's a lot wider, very boxy, and if we compare his hand shape to Ling's hand shapes, it's definitely a lot larger and more square-like. Whereas Ling has a lot of converging points similar to Mako in our previous example, Yao is a lot wider, kind of like Bolin, but he's definitely a lot more wider as, you know, with Disney films, they tend to exaggerate the proportions a little bit more. And as for personality, again, fits really well with the square shape as he's a grumpy, stubborn, proud person that gets angry pretty easily. And our last character is Chenpo. And for him, he's probably like the easiest to spot which shape is being associated with him, as his head is essentially made up of two circles, and then his body is one big circle, and then everything else is just these big sweeping curves. So Chenpo, pretty straightforward. He's going to be the friendliest, kindest, most easygoing character out of the trio of these characters in Mulan. And these are ways of just how you can use the shapes to help the audience get a sense of who these characters are and who their personalities are. It doesn't always have to be this straightforward, but it can help. Another example is like Inside Out, where the anger emotion is emoted by a very blocky, chunky, red kind of character. So as you can see, it can be used in different ways. Sometimes it's very straightforward, and sometimes it can be applied in a little bit more of a looser kind of a way. But shape associations can always help you get started and get you kind of hit the ground running if you're stuck trying to come up with character designs. So as you can see with these three characters, they really took advantage of the three basic shapes and the associations that those shapes have with personality traits. But with that being said, what you'll notice is that that's not exactly true for a lot of characters, and that's why I like to think of this quote-unquote rule as more of a jumping off point rather than a hard rule that I can't break. Now don't get me wrong, using shapes and the associations that those shapes have can really help get the creative juices flowing and hopefully get you started with a design so you don't get stuck. Sometimes it can be extremely well implemented in the design and the personality themselves, like demonstrated with Mulan. But other times it's not used at all, like in SpongeBob. And so that's the neat thing about art and design, is that rules are there to help get you started, but it doesn't mean you have to stick to it to completely be successful in your art. So the main takeaway is that using shapes can help build variety in the designs of your character, whether it's implemented in the way they look, their personality, or just subtly hinted at. Using shapes can really help with creating your characters and hopefully allow you to start creating a wide variety. Join a virtual class to start learning from our professional artists. Get creative assignments, individual guidance, and real-time feedback on your artwork. Start today and level up your practice. If you learned something new, please like and share with a fellow art nerd, and if you love receiving quality and free art...
Okay. Just take a little break of video. And comment what I'm doing instead. I'm trying to block out the anatomy so I can start thinking about what would be the default body for my character's creation system. So I need this default body anatomy to start with. The question here is, which one is the most... I need to define the extreme and then find the middle ground. What we have here is especially the number of heads in this character. About 1, 2, 3, 6, but in those it's getting 1, something like 4. Something between 6 and 4 heads. That's important. So the middle ground would be 5 heads. I need to go to the toilet. I need a little break. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a break time, Mr. Blader. Hope you stay and injure the elevator
Sam Blader
music.
said leaving already? Beth or one to spare?
Just a break. I'm going to the toilet and pick some glass for my...
Sam Blader said I see. Sam Blader said just Haley Hyperspen.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Maybe pick something to eat. So don't go away, I'll be back. Roll in the break elevator music. brought with me an English cucumber. It is dinner time here, 12 p.m.
Sam Blader said dinner time at 12 p.m. 2020 suspicious.
Yeah. 12 p.m. local time.
Sam Blader said what's next? Sam Blader asks lunch at 6 p.m. Sam Blader said just Haley hyperspan.
Oh yeah. I'm just a bit French. Dinner, supper. We don't say, yeah, we say lunch. In French, Canadian. It's a déjeuner, morning meal, dinner, midday meal. So we say dinner in we say lunch.
Sam Blader said dinner and second dinner of Tuber 139 note.
Yes, always a second dinner, like the Hobbits. Breakfast. Maybe I could watch something while I dine. What could I watch while dining? Maybe some BCG thing. BCG courses, so I can get prepared for tomorrow stream. Like all nodes or something. Beginners, maybe. I don't want the tutorial, I want a lecture or some kind of thing. Let's see this one.
Faces out there. Good to see y'all. Thanks for coming. Today's class is an introductory to PCG, so it's going to be covering kind of basic core concepts. We're not going to be going down too deep into it. There's several other PCG classes that are being given at Unreal Fest this year, so if you want to get into something a bit deeper, I definitely recommend after this one maybe trying to see if you can get on your schedule some of the other classes that are a bit more in depth. But what we will be doing is hopefully giving you guys an understanding of how this works, kind of coming from the persona of a DCC artist. So, you know, coming out of Houdini, or maybe XGen in Maya, or Bifrost,
Houdini.
even Railclone in Max, even kind of some of the geometry nodes in Blender have very
Geometry
similar
nodes.
kind of ideas behind them. You know, at the end of the day, this is a procedural content generation tool. What we're really doing is we're just instancing stuff. Like, that's at the core of what we're doing. Is we're essentially sampling data, we're taking points in space, we're filtering those and playing around with them, and then we're going to spawn things from them. So that's kind of the approach of what I'm going to be showing here, is, you know, building up some basic tools that give you sort of that same functionality that you might be used to coming from a traditional DCC background. So we're going to start off today by building some roof tiles on this, and then we're going to get a bit more complicated and start building out that fence. So let's go ahead and jump over into Unreal, and we'll start going through some basic concepts on how you can spawn some geometry based off of other meshes and things like that. That's really what we want to get through in this very first section.
All right, so the first thing that you're going to want to do if you're working with PCG in your own projects is make sure the plugins are turned on. So go to Settings, Plugins, search for PCG, and you can see in my project, I already have Procedural Content Generation Framework turned on, as well as the PCG Geometry Script Interop. And Geometry Script and PCG can work together to do some crazy powerful things. In my presentation, a couple of the nodes that I'll be using utilize this Geometry Script Interop to work. They actually wouldn't even show up if this plugin wasn't turned on. So I'll make sure to identify those when I'm working with them, just so you're aware which ones they are. All right, so with that said, what we want to do is we want to create a new roof on this treehouse that's going to be a tile roof based on a Quixel asset that I've already downloaded with Quixel Bridge. It's worth noting that all of the geometry that makes up this treehouse are Quixel assets. They're just Quixel assets that I downloaded and then kit bashed together using some of the modeling tools inside of Unreal. It's also worth noting that the background environment is based off of the Electric Dreams sample project. And Electric Dreams is an amazing project if you want to learn more about some of the more advanced topics in the procedural content generation framework workflow. It's a really, really deep project that you can dive into that goes well beyond what we're going to be covering today. So to get started, let's go ahead and turn off that wooden roof, and I'm going to turn on these four static meshes that are going to assist us in the creation of our PCG graph that's going to make our tile roof. What we want to do is we want to sample points on this geometry, this roof geometry that we just turned on, and then instance to those sampled points the tile, the roofing tile from that Quixel asset that we downloaded already. So to make it a bit easier to work with in the PCG graph, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually merge these four pieces of geometry together into a single static mesh using the modeling tool. So if we click on modeling and go to Xform, click on merge, and then click the accept button, you can see in the outliner we now have a combined static mesh that makes up all of those roofing pieces. Now, the next thing that I want to do while I have these modeling tools up is I actually want to add a deformation onto this roof to give this ridge line a little bit of sway or bow, so that it looks more similar to what we had with that wooden roof. So we'll click on deform, and we'll just add a lattice onto that piece of geometry. Kind of go in here and grab this control point on that lattice and drop it down. Now you can see that it's using a linear interpolation between these 2 points. That doesn't look that great, so we'll switch that over to cubic, and it'll kind of average that across all the polygons that make up this roof to have its kind of nice, smooth, swaying roof line across that ridge of the roof. So we now have a single piece of geometry that is ready to go and use in our PCG graph. So let's go ahead and start creating that PCG graph now by jumping into the content browser and going down into a folder that I've already created. And what we want to do to create the graph is just right-click in the content browser, go to PCG, PCG graph, and give this a name that's a little bit more meaningful. So we'll call it PCG underscore roof. Ooh, I'm spelling things completely wrong today. Roof and Unreal Fest. All right, cool. So we've got this graph. It lives in our project, but it hasn't been added to our level. So for it to show up in the level, we need to add it to it. So we'll just drag and drop that into the level. You can see it's now in the outliner. And then the next thing we can do is go back into the content browser and double click on that graph to open up its editor and begin creating some nodes that are going to ultimately create a tiled roof on our little treehouse. So this is the PCG graph window. I'll give you a quick overview of it now. So the middle graph window is pretty similar to the blueprint graph or even the material editor, similar to both of those. Details panel is just like all the details panels that live inside of Unreal. I'm sure you've used that a ton. On the left-hand side are all the nodes that you can use to create your PCG graph logic. So sampling nodes, filtering nodes, math nodes, all kinds of nodes that you can use to create crazy cool PCG graphs. If you right click inside of the actual graph window, you get a pop-up that also has all of the nodes that you can use to create the logic. So you don't really have to have this left-hand panel turned on if you don't want it, because you can get the information right here by right-clicking directly in the graph window. Then on the bottom is the window for inspecting the metadata that flows throughout the graph. So as you click on different nodes, you can basically enable and disable the ability to see the different data that exists in your graph. And that data is very useful. We'll use this window a bit more in depth as we start to build up some more complex graphs. So more of that to come throughout the presentation. So with that said, let's go ahead and start building up a graph that's going to give us roofing tiles on our little treehouse. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and sample this piece of geometry to create some points. So to do that, we're going to right click and we're going to do a mesh sampler. So the mesh sampler is one of the nodes that actually uses geometry script. So if you didn't have the PCG geometry script interrupt plugin turned on, that node wouldn't show up, and that's why. So if for some reason you right click and it's not there, turn the plugin on and you'll be all set. And you actually use the mesh sampler a lot. So, just to make sure that plugin's turned on. So we drop that guy down and you can see that it has an error. The reason it has an error is because we haven't added a static mesh yet. So let's go ahead and add in that static mesh that we just made, which is the combined static mesh. And as soon as we do that, you can see here it is and everything's happy. The sampler is no longer complaining. So now we've got this sampler trying to sample 1 point per triangle. Great. What do we want to do with that? Well, we want to take that sampled information and we want to spawn a static mesh. So if we drag off of the out pen and search for static mesh spawner, you can see we've now got these two nodes wired together. Let's just highlight those guys and hit Q to line them up. And what static mesh do we want to spawn? Well, we want to spawn a tile mesh, and there's a few different ways this static mesh spawner can work. We're going to leave it on the default, which is weighted, static mesh selected weighted. What weighted means is you can add multiple mesh entries and you can adjust and bias how much any static mesh is going to be represented based on the weighting that you've assigned. Now for this, we're only using one roofing tile. So we're just going to click the mesh button one time and add one array element. So in that array element, we're going to go and add in the mesh that we want to instance on that sampled data, which is going to be a tile that I got from Quixel. So it's just a simple roofing tile. So cool, we've now got a sampler. We're spawning static meshes off of that data that we've sampled, and you look in your viewport and nothing happened. Actually, something happened, but you don't see it. The reason you don't see it is because it's over here to the side, and you might be thinking, well, heck, why is it over there to the side? The reason it's over there is because this is actually kind of where the origin is. If you look at the piece of geometry that we're sampling, it's always going to be using the static mesh. So this static mesh, this piece of geometry it's got an offset in it, right? Like we've pushed that guy way over. My treehouse is not at the origin. So what does that mean? Well, it means like if we go back to this mesh and we drop it in our level and we zero out its transform, you can see that's that mesh at the origin. And then you can see, hey, guess what? This spawner, this sampler happens at the origin, and then the stuff that's being spawned is happening at the origin. So it's not where we want it in world space, and that's okay for now. Like, let's just get the roof looking cool, and then we'll sort out offsetting it and aligning it with the actual piece of geometry a little bit later. So how do you change the way this roof looks? Because right now, it's not looking good. Like, I have these tiles, but they're too small, they're going the wrong direction, they're actually tiled in a weird way. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to my mesh sampler, and instead of having it sample once per triangle, I'm gonna switch it to sample 1 point per vertex. So that's putting out points for every vertice now. Great, looks great. The problem is, it's going the wrong direction and they're too small. So what we want to do is we want to modify these points that we've generated with the sampler before they get to the static mesh spawner. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to modify them with a transform point. So if you search for TR, and this is a great tip for searching anywhere in Unreal, you don't have to write out transform. I'm really bad at spelling. That would be hard for me. So if I do TR space PO, it gives me the first word and then the space and then the second word. So just 2 letters, space, 2 letters, and you could do that a third time, a fourth time, it doesn't matter. So now we got the transform points. Great, let's go ahead and break this connection and wire those guys up. Looking good. Now, we have a transform points in here, but we actually haven't transformed it in any way. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to spin these guys around and I'm going to go in the correct direction. So we're going to do -90 and -90. And you know what? I actually want to have a little bit of variation on this. So we'll do like -88 and then like -93 so that they have a little bit of wobble on them. You know, there's just like 5 degrees about of like just randomness rotating those guys around. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to make them big. We'll make them like 5 by 5. So, okay, cool. They're starting to look a little bit more like a roof. Now, they're a little bit long for this kind of stylized roof that we're doing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the lock and come down here and turn off uniform scale, and we'll make this like 2.7 by like 3. So again, there's a little bit of randomness. Some of them are a little bit longer than others. You know, we could even do 2.6 or something like that.
Yeah.
So that starts to look a little bit better. Now
that will be it. Not what I... want another view of the nodes. Maybe. Maybe I should do myself another view. What? HLSL control PCG.
Unreal Engine 5.5 introduces GPU processing to PCG. Now, this is utilizing the new HLSL node, which is effectively a programming language. Now, if you're anything like me, you don't know how to write this code. You might know a little bit here and there, but you don't know how to write it from scratch. But that's okay. We can utilize something like ChatGPT to help us with the main code, and then utilizing some tricks I'm going to be showing you, we can expose those variables and have full control over them through the blueprint and through the PCG graph to modify on the fly anything we'd like. So like in this scenario where we are creating a spiral and we're able to go ahead and change the distance, change the height, etc. You have a lot of dynamic control all on the GPU and be a little more efficient. So let me show you how to set all this up and hopefully explain some of the basic HLSL functionality to you along the way. To get started, of course, you want to go to Edit, Plugins, and make sure you have PCG turned on by turning on Procedural Content Generation Framework and restarting your engine as needed. Once you've gone ahead and restarted, go ahead and right-click and grab yourselves a blueprint class. I'll select ourselves an actor. This is going to be our BP spiral. And also right-click and grab ourselves a PCG graph here. And this is going to be our PCG spiral. I'll go ahead and just open both of these up. in our BP spiral, we're going to add a PCG component, and we're going to make the instance the new graph that we just created, the PCG spiral, and that's all we really need here. Now, in the PCG graph, what is HLSL and how does it work? Well, if I right-click and search for HLSL, you will see we have custom point generator and point processor. Now, all of these are technically experimental right now, so they keep that in mind. If I select the point generator, for example, I can specify how many points in the top right do I want to generate. So in this case, it creates 256 points specifically, and it goes ahead and outputs those points. So if we need to, for example, loop a specific amount of times in 5.5, well, we could just use a point generator and then an attribute partition based on index to specifically loop a specific amount of times on something. So for example, if I wanted to loop on something 20 times specifically, I can specify 20 in here, drag out, use an attribute partition, and configure this partition to, instead of being last here, it'll be on index. And then I can go ahead and just loop on this. It will loop 10 times. Now I can't preview it, so what we're going to do is in our viewport here, I'm going to drag out our BP spiral. So that way in our graph here in the bottom left, we can open this up, select our PCG spiral, press A on attribute partition, and you can see here are our points, all 20 of them, because we have specified 20 points here. So this is great. This gets us a cool nifty point generator. Unfortunately, it doesn't have an input. But while this is cool, it doesn't get us the really cool stuff, which is actually being able to control everything that goes into it and out of it. For that, we're going to right-click, search HLSL, and grab ourselves a custom node. This by default has one input and one output. Again, it specifies GPU here, showing it is using the GPU, not the CPU for this functionality. And then in the top right, you can see the kernel type is custom. The input pins and output pins are one here. There's our in and our out. We have options for thread count. We have some advanced options. But really, we want to be able to customize the code here. So if we go ahead and open the source editor by clicking this button right here, we get access to it. Now, if I open all of this up, you can see we have information in the declarations, which are read-only. This is for you kind of to understand how this is set up. And I'll explain a few things here and there from the declarations in a moment. But down below is where you can put your actual code. Now, we're going to be using the shader source section here, which is effectively the main part of the graph, where we can specify everything. Now, as I don't know how to code, I just know a little bit of HLSL here to be able to help us out. We can go to something like ChatGPT to start making the main part of the code and all the math functionality that we need to get us the result we want. So what I'm going to do is actually all of these declarations, I'm going to select them all and copy them. And then I'm going to come here to ChatGPT. Now, I have the completely free version of ChatGPT, so all of you should be able to recreate this for yourself. Now, it might give you slightly different code, of course, but using what I show you and explain.
Sam later said live vibe coding tuber 139 Lamau.
Yeah, vibe coding. At least it's HLSL. The worst vibe coding would be git bash. When you do source control, you can. ChatGPT can make your project erased. It happened. Yeah, vibe coding. The thing with HLSL is the variable are just one letter long, so it's hard to understand what's going on when everything is just one letter long. But there's also
said chat recommended IRMRF, so I did, and now everyone's mad at me. I wonder why. Kappa Pride.
Yes, remove. I don't know where did you use that, but RM sounds like remove something. RF argument, I don't know what it is. Folder and I don't know. Let's search your command now.
Sam later said that only deletes everything on the drives, including everything attached to the device. No big deal, guys. Kappa Pride.
This is like the Linux command.
Sam later said I'm just saving space. Kappa Pride.
Linux command. Linux won't keep you from deleting the computer. I don't remember what is the command. I think PewDiePie did this. He didn't do it. A guy did it. I've seen a guy doing it. That's the command. I think it's in this. What's that? Trailers and ad.
This $2,500.
Who's did it? Who has done it? It's a guy I follow on Facebook, but I can't find it.
Little guy.
I think it was at the end.
You disgusting little thing.
Power consumption, complete stop. This is a nice vibe.
Wait, there was a guy who did it. I cannot find him. I don't even know his name. Of course I can't find it. Maybe Facebook search is fine. Yeah, I cannot find it. It was a short. A reel.
They always said you should.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I will leave it there then. Oh yes, I found it. It's this guy.
His video, I installed Linux, so should you. He talks about the freedom that comes with Linux.
On Linux, I feel alive at last, at long last.
Windows doesn't allow you to do anything. Linux allows you to do everything, including using this command.
Thank you for watching. Let me just type out my goodbyes.
Oh, it's the one you gave me.
I didn't run it at the end of his video. I'm going to show you why. Now in this example, I've got Ubuntu running on this laptop. Notice what happens when I type this command. Don't do this on your systems. Even if Linux people tell you to do it, don't follow their advice. Because if you do what I'm going to do now, notice what happens. I'm getting a bunch of messages. Cannot remove this file or that. What this does is destroy your operating system. Remember, Linux gives you full power. You can do anything, including destroying your own operating system. Notice the changes that take place. On the left-hand side, we have some icons. We have a pretty desktop in Ubuntu. But very soon, our icons are going to disappear. Our desktop is going to change as the system gets destroyed. And there you go. Desktop is now blue. Icons are disappearing. So icons are gone now. System is gone now. So I'm able to demonstrate this because I'm running this in a virtual machine. So what I'll do here is reset the system. So power off and on the virtual machine. And notice when it comes back, we're told that there's an error. Commands won't work here. So as an example, we can't get help. PWD doesn't work. I do have LS showing me my hard drives, but notice I have wiped out my operating system. Please don't use this command on your production systems unless it's in a VM or virtual machine like I've demonstrated here, even if Linux people once again tell you to do it. They are baiting you or trolling you. Don't use this command, please. PewDiePie at the end didn't run it because of this reason. It destroys your operating system. It's fantastic to see someone like PewDiePie joining the Linux community.
Yeah, that's this guy. David Bomball. Bombastic. I want to follow him on my YouTube dev channel. Is he on YouTube? David Bomball. Yes, he's on YouTube. Am I not already following him? Subscribe. Yes, subscribe.
Code. Hopefully you'll be able to kind of guide it in the same correct
I
direction.
want to see the result
So all I'm
of
saying here is I'm using
HLSL.
PCG in Unreal Engine experience. If you
It's just running on the GPU, but when you want to run stuff on your GPU, you want to run code on your GPU. I did some shaders stuff in Unity. HLSL, GLSL. Don't remember which one was on in Unity. I think it's HLSL. GLSL is OpenGL. There's not much about the PCG. See. I want the tutorial. I should watch shape design more than PCG, keeping the PCG for tomorrow. Let's check the next. I will just comment a little bit more what I'm doing before going to another video. So now I want to do the default guy, which will be 5 head large. I have not large. 5 head tall. It fits 5 head. What can I do? Okay, a bit something like this. That's fine. I would make him hairless first. Just at the anatomy first, and I would be able to start modeling, 3D modeling it very fast. So because I don't need to know more about the silhouette right now. I can switch back and forth to silhouette and 3D modeling, make the stream less boring. I was wondering, should I give them different body parts, like a bird's feet or something?
Sam Blader said they probably would want hands and feet. Yes, Tuber 139 nodders. Sam Blader said unless are trying to make Wisp from Warframe. Tuber 139 nodders.
And tail, also wondered, I give them a tail. Front silhouette is not good so much for tails, but we'll put them and make him furless. Held for fearless. Let's check the fearless. guys. Fearless gang. The fear might be made in Unreal, because I have an asset for fear that I could use. I got for free. Let's check it out. Epic launcher. Is there something free right now? Fab. Yeah, we already checked. Pretty sure we checked it. Yes, the train. And is there something free in games? Or oh yeah, the operator. I already got it. Yeah, library. Looks like a hacking game.
Sam Blader said, yes, the best game in the world.
Well, it's
Sam Blader said tuber 139 nodders.
94%. 94%.
Sam Blader said super short though, just Haley Hyperspan.
What? You played? You played this game?
Sam Blader said OFC.
Of course. I never heard about it. Little Baldy cat. Just select the eye. That. Paste the. I'm there. Copy paste T. Control T. Copy paste Control T. Doesn't want to. Why? Hit T. Control T. Oops. T. Shift. Slide in. There. Control T. Right click. Horizontal. There you go. This is the anatomy I am aiming for.
Sam later said 2020 suspicious. Sam later said you do you, I guess. Vtuber 139 Lamau. Sam Blader said good news is after 1 hour I finally properly drew a halfway decent sprite for the supply cache thing, so that's all done, just Haley Hyperspin. Sam Blader said hoping it's relatively clear what it does.
What is the sprite in question? What? Oh, you sent me the sprite. Oh, dollar sign. Dollar sign. It means money. Dollar sign is.
Sam later said Vtuber 139 Nodders.
Yeah, that's fine. It's clear. Clear and simple. It's money.
Sam Blader said now to change it so it halves our health instead and deceive everyone, Kappa.
Damn, that would be savage. That would be savage. Like Mario. What's the name of the game? Mario Kart game. That's what you want to do. Your players. YouTube. Mario Kart. Okay. Scope. I need to restart the Caster Lab. Scope creeping. Mario Kart game. That's what you want to do to your player.
Oh.
When they kick money, it removes health. Huh? The cat, huh? He's too good at it. That's not fun anymore. Let's 7 years ago, damn. You need someone who's bad at it. Someone who's going to be angry. Like PewDiePie was. Maybe like... I don't know. Maybe this guy, I don't know him.
What's good with y'all, man? Give me a challenge.
Hey, they even put in the real music.
No, I'm not even gonna get that. Nah. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Aye, aye.
Let's get it, man. Hey, get off me. I told you this game too easy, man. Look at this.
Oh,
You having trust issue when you play game.
Give me. Oh!
Hey, aye. It's too loud. I think there was a worse one after this. Show speed. This one, this guy, I know. Popular in China. No one beats PewDiePie at React game.
How's it going, bros? My name is PewDiePie. Cue this little thing. Let's jump on these little fucks. Alright, Una.
It's been a long time. 12 years.
Sorry about my mouse there. It does not... What is he doing? I didn't even notice. Okay, think I got a coin there. Got another coin. Alright, let me get up here. Fucking controls, bro. Give me this.
Oh my
I had a
god.
feeling that was gonna happen actually, so I'm not angry.
I don't remember
When
the
I
other
first saw
game.
Mario Kart World, I thought
I'll show you 8 tips and tricks that will help you to have a better performance.
Let's continue without distraction. No more this. Is it working now? TTS.
The Dreven said TTS. Driven by May Inesis said TTS.
May do. I want the anatomy of the little guy there. It's blending in with the purplish background. I should have put some color in my white. But that's fine. Because I can see here it's saturated and here maybe I could I give them chicken legs. Let's try it. Put it on later. What do you think about this? Legs. A hero with chicken
Sam
legs.
later said person shrugging emoji I ain't exactly an artist just Haley Hyperspian.
What do you think about chicken legs? I don't feel good about it.
Sam later said seems like they could be cut off with a toothpick.
And do a hybrid stuff. Mythical creature. So since I'm not going to talk, I will put back at some video.
You want to be able to draw something like this, and of course you're able to draw the basics already, like boxes and tubes and all of these other shapes. But it's somehow still not enough for something complicated like a human body. But why? Well, don't worry, my friend, because I have a practice that is going to get you there in 3 steps. And then you will be able to draw anything you want from any pose and any angle. Hi guys, my name's apparently a town name, I guess. And yes, you might have experienced it yourself. Just drawing and putting together boxes and tubes might be enough to create something that's human-like. But there's obviously a big difference between just putting together shapes and actually drawing a believable human. And no, the difference is not anatomy. This drawing that you are seeing here could be done completely without anatomy skills. Instead, the skill you would need here is called shape design. And that's precisely what we are learning today. Obviously, you would need to be able to draw the bare basics for this, like rudimentary 3D shapes. Because advanced shape design isn't just about building something out of simple boxes and circles and other shapes. But it's actually about manipulating and warping these shapes in order to nail the volume and the shape of your reference. Like in this easy example here. Volume's a big part of this. As you can see, I'm always splitting these shapes up into equal parts in order to understand their volume better. You know, just like I did in my video about the basic shapes, where I also split everything up in order to check if it has the correct volume. It's just a lot easier with simpler shapes like boxes and cylinders. This way I'm able to draw these shapes in different perspectives, angles and poses, because when you split them up into equal parts, you get a better grasp of how they work. And don't worry, we will start with something very simple to get your feet wet. I have 3 levels in total, so we'll start off easy with level number 1. As you can see, I will pick some very special references for this video, so you can be excited. And at the end of the video, there will be a cheat sheet as always, so you can practice all of this alone as well. Okay, so let's get into some advanced shape design like a sun.
Oh yeah. Talk about it. When you are waiting on the phone, the music is running.
Okay, so what we are doing is practice drawing shape design by drawing Pokemon. Don't worry, you don't need to be a Pokemon fan or even like Pokemon, but in my opinion, you can study and practice shape design with Pokemon perfectly, because they are usually made out of very easy to understand shapes. Most of them anyway. There are also 3D models and all sorts of different views of basically every Pokemon on the internet, so this also makes it easier to study them and look them up in case you're stuck somewhere. In level number 1, we are going to take a look at a couple of very easy to draw Pokemon in order to kick things off. So let's grab a pencil and look at candidate number 1 that I've picked. Alright, now this should only take a quick second, but I'm just doing this as a warm-up to show you how it's done. Diglett is basically just one big dome shape. This is what shape design is all about.
Yeah, I picked
understanding
the
these
one.
unique shapes that aren't just boxes or spheres and trying to copy them with your pencil. So you can now put to the test if you understand that shape and try to draw it. And then split it into 4 even parts. Okay, easy enough. Now we also add the nose, which is just one elongated sphere. But don't forget that all of these shapes are 3D figures and you should also split them into even halves. And obviously, same thing goes for the eyes. Now if you want to, you can split these shapes indefinitely. That's at least what I like to do when it comes to easy practices like these. Okay, now, this was just a quick warm-up to check if you got the gist of it. If your drawing looks as 3D as mine does, that's perfectly fine. But if you feel like your drawing just looks like a bunch of circles with random crosses drawn onto them, then you know this video is still a bit too much for you. In that case, you might want to check out my basics video instead. In this one, I explain the very basics of making an object look 3D. It's on my channel and you can give it a shot if you want. Okay, no, but let's get to our next Pokemon. Okay, here's something that's still pretty easy. This shouldn't be much of a problem if you've done the practices from my basics video. Now, in shape design, you try to first analyze how your reference is shaped. How could you easily break this Pokemon down? Weedle consists almost exclusively out of spheres, so this should be a very easy lesson as well. Also, don't worry if you're screwing up from time to time, happens to me as well. Sometimes you just gotta have a bit of a warm-up to figure things out, that's okay. Now again, don't forget to always split these shapes into even parts. By doing that, you're also developing an eye for 3D vision, which is always very helpful. Funnily enough, Weedle looks a lot like Diglett when it comes to the nose and the eyes and the head, so this is a very similar motive, just a bit harder, because there are obviously more elements that you would have to add. Oh, and don't forget to also split the horns in even parts once you draw them, and that's basically it. Okay, now, there is one easy Pokemon left for stage number 1, but I left that one for last because it does have one very tricky shape to it. Okay, if this is still a bit too easy for you, you could just draw a Magneton instead, which is just 3 Magnemites glued together. But I thought for the first stage, I should keep things simple. And even with easy shapes like these, always remember to draw these practices big. This drawing is almost the size of my palm, even though I'm just drawing a couple of simple shapes. Most of this shape design should be very easy to draw, but I think there are 2 minor challenges here. First of all, the screws. You don't have to draw them detailed at all, but if you want to draw mechanical stuff like swords, weapons, cars, etc. later on, you should definitely also draw them like I do in order to get some practice here. And the second Donphan in the room is obviously the magnets. This will be the trickiest shape in this stage thus far, but I think it's still manageable if you practice your line work enough. Okay, that has been all 3 of them stage completed. Now, if you're still not confident enough or just want to get some easy practice in, you could always just try drawing these Pokemon from different perspectives as well. That way you're not leaving your comfort zone, and if stage number 2 is still too hard for you, you don't have to beat yourself up over it. Okay then, ready? Ready. Give me them new Pokeballs. I wanna see what's next. Okay, let's see what we got. But before we do, would you mind liking this video first? I do all of this by myself. Editing, writing, drawing, obviously, and everything else. And I would really appreciate every type of support I would get. You could also leave a support comment to boost this video in the algorithm by commenting your favorite Pokemon. Thanks so much in advance. I really appreciate it. Alright, I picked Ralts for the next lesson. This one should still be pretty manageable because the shapes are so easy here. I think Ralts is a nice transitioning from level 1 to level number 2, but the main reason why I picked this Pokemon though is because it could get a bit tricky to split this one into even halves. And just so we're on the same page here, there is no objectively right way to split these shapes. That's the big challenge with this one, trying to split it up into even parts, even though it's not obvious at first glance how you do it.
he's got the music.
Alright, that's that. Now, important. Do not throw away all of your drawings after you're done or if you don't like them. I also always keep all of them. That's why I usually draw in sketchbooks when the camera is not recording, so I even keep the ones that I don't like as much. It's always good to see how far you've come. And in case you're still looking for a new sketchbook, my dealer sketchbook is available in my online shop along with my pencil case. They are both very sustainable. I've made sure my sketchbook has less than 5% wood fiber, so the pages stay shiny and white, and barely any tree had to die for this. And my new pencil case also isn't made out of dead animal skin. Check out my stuff that I've made if you're interested at drawlikeastar.com. And now we can open our next Pokeball. So Lunar Stone's the first one that I would consider more tricky. There are lots of planes and more shapes to this design, but again, this practice is perfect in
Yeah,
order to
we'll
get
skip
used to
this
drawing
video.
more detail.
What's up, guys? I have a workflow to share today that I think every artist should have in their toolkit. This approach helps paintings look detailed, realistic, and cool, but also loose and expressive and brushy. It's that awesome pro flex look where things look somehow detailed and simple at the same time. But most importantly, this workflow can solve something that plagues a huge majority of the artists who I mentor, and I'm betting this has gotten many of you if you have done any digital painting in the past. So hang with me for a while. Let's pinpoint this common pitfall, let's learn a way to avoid it completely, and let's watch a cool painting take shape. Okay, tell me if this has ever happened to you. You spend countless hours adding detail and polish to something, but somehow, even with every pixel detailed to perfection, it still just somehow feels incomplete, or worse, it feels dead and lifeless. Or, have you ever done a sketch that you really like, but days later, after you do the whole final polished rendering, you end up with this sad realization that you actually liked the rough sketch that took you 10 minutes better than this labored final product. This happened to me all the time. It drove me crazy. Well, if you've followed this channel for a while, if you've painted with me before, you have probably heard me say that the answer to most issues with digital paintings lies with shapes. Shapes are simply the most important element to every design or painting. I've heard practically every legend in our industry say this, and it has really proven true in my own work. The more we can let shapes do the heavy lifting in a painting instead of fussy details or very tonal renderings, the quicker the process will flow, the more expressive and interesting your brush quality will be, and most importantly, the final result will just be better. The workflow that I'll use today is essentially just painting directly with shapes. Let's just skip all of the stuff that gets us stuck. By the way, guys, if any of you would like to have the brushes that I'm using in this painting, they are available for free in the DPS Discord server. Just join with our community link and just check the freebies channel, and the Photoshop ABR file is available to download there. They are simple but very effective, so I hope you enjoy them. So let's break this process down. We'll start by just blocking in the base shapes, which I've done here. Then we'll assign local colors to each shape. And then we lock those shape layers and paint really stark highlights in them, leaving some cast shadows and detail information in the midtones. And then finally, we just add some atmospheric effects, some cool brushwork to make it all gel. And that's pretty much it. It's an incredibly efficient way to work. So this video is sped up and it's edited for time a bit, but the actual total painting time for this demo painting is less than 2 hours, start to finish. So for artists who are working professionally, this can help you crank out a lot of looks for your client without spending days on a single idea. So in this painting, I'm going for this space soldier character walking down a hill. And after my 2023 end of year post, I realized that I've become completely addicted to the same 3 colors. So today, no cyan base for me. Let's go cold turkey, and let's make this guy on Mars in the middle of a sandstorm. So we're going heavy on orange and red. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, when designing and painting a sci-fi space armor character like this, it can feel daunting. Like that's a challenge. There's just a lot of tech and design language that you have to describe, right? Like we have to show these big plates of armor with vents and rivets and seams, and we have to have things like hoses carrying air or fuel or something. And we might have to have some really detailed helmet with transparent glass, lots of little blinky lights and LEDs. All of that sci-fi stuff, right? Well, today I'm just skipping all of that. I'm covering the vast majority of this character with large, simple shapes. Even the helmet, where our attention is likely to go first, it's essentially just a handful of simple, interesting shapes. It's nothing super detailed, nothing fussy. And there are some very learnable shape principles that we drill in Concept Art Academy that can help these shape relationships just flow out of your stylus. And that's the whole idea behind this approach. Let's let the shapes do all of the work. If it looks cool as simple blocked in shapes, let's not wreck that with a painting where the detail starts to compete with the design. That's where paintings get stuck. Instead, let's only use detail and visual activity sparingly. Let's save those noisy areas for focal points where we want the attention to go. So instead of those heavy space armor details, I'm basically just relying on a few large shapes to cover most of the character, but I'm hinting at all of that detail underneath. So parts of the helmet, these hoses around the chest, all of it implies greater complexity without showing it. This is kind of impressionism in a way. We're showing little hints of detail and counting on our viewer to complete the image in their own mind. We have to kind of invite them into the party to connect the dots. And this is what makes art engaging, is leaving that space for your viewer to participate. Let's talk about highlights and shadows. So I'm going for something really stark here. So there's this intense jump in value between highlight and shadow. And this really fits my setting. It makes it seem like the sunlight on Mars or Planet X or wherever is really harsh, but this also keeps us in our lane on controlling value. With each shape, I'm trying to limit it to just 2 values, the highlight tone of each shape and the shadow, both existing practically as absolutes. It's either catching direct sunlight or it's not. And even at the earliest phases of this highlighting step, the painting takes this really cool jump forward in realism, right? It starts feeling three-dimensional rather than something flat and graphic. I love that. Always a huge payoff moment in the painting. But just as important as the highlights and shadows are the midtone. And this is that little border spot where light turns to dark. And we can show so much information here. So for these big orange shoulder pads, I'm trying to give them a padded texture, like they're made of these little linear cells filled with some kind of filling or armor. And actually the inspiration from this came from one of those lead aprons that you have to wear if you ever get an x-ray. They kind of look like this material, so I thought it would make sense that a spacesuit could have something like that to protect from radiation. But instead of exhaustively rendering each part of each armor pad, I'm basically just leaving it as that bright highlight, that dark shadow, and then I'm either painting or smudging little lines that cross over from light to dark or dark to light to imply all of this texture and detail within. It communicates volumes and you hardly paint anything. And I'm doing this over and over on the helmet, on the darker parts of the suit like the pants, the gun barrel. Just about all of this painting follows these simple steps, really. It's highlight and shadow to make it look three-dimensional, and mid-tone treatment to give it some texture, and then you're done. So if your work feels stuck, or if you're rendering something for days but it still feels like it's somehow unfinished, give this a try. And remember, you're still free to add as much detail in at the end as you want. But if you set things up in this simple way, like a shape-first approach to pretty much everything, it just sets you up for success. It lets you spot problems as you go rather than leaving you in this dead end at the end,
I think so.
wondering what.
Yes. Yes, good to know. What is your game? Are you working on a game? A dream game? Mr. Davies, unofficial son.
Davies' unofficial son said I'm working on my dream Minecraft server, if that counts, lol.
Yeah, that counts a bit. It depends. What are you doing in the? Does it has custom stuff that you are implementing in it, or it's just running the server? A Minecraft basic server without any touch up. Because usually, since
Davies'
I'm
unofficial son said it's a custom free-running server.
okay, yeah, that can't count.
Davies' unofficial son said so, like custom movement and stuff.
Cool. Cool. Maybe I can showcase it. You can join my add my Discord here if you want to send me links. Want to send me link? Here is my Discord. Just here in the top left corner. Yeah, that counts. That counts as game development. Even like it's also an advice I heard often is that if you want to start in game development and do an easy game, do mods. And I would say that custom server can count as mods. Some kind. So I'm doing this too. I'm doing my dream project. And I touched this subject because I've seen a lot of YouTubers in game development saying to stop doing your dream game, your dream project. I was like, oh, there's too many YouTubers saying that I will say the opposite. I will say just do the opposite. So I get out of the saturated discourse, even though they are right a bit. Everyone can be right a bit about this. About doing it or not. Oh, he left. It says that he left. I don't know. I don't know if it's true because he chat, but it said join after the chat, which was weird. I think it's my OBS widget, custom widget, who's giving me trouble. So let's go back to it.
Went wrong.
I think this is enough. I will check another one. I feel like he's not covering it well enough, even though I like this guy.
What is shape language? To simply define it, it is the use of shapes in art to convey emotions, ideas, or traits, tapping into our instinctive ability to interpret forms. The main shapes are the square, circle, and the triangle, making any other shape a derivative of the ones mentioned. Here are some examples of derivative shapes, and since we have them here, let us see how they are affected by gesture. And as you notice, if we start pushing and pulling, we notice they become more dynamic. So it's good to remember these three things. Shapes have variety, shapes have edges, and shapes have gesture. Let's check these two variants. In the first example, we see consistent flowy silhouettes, making these shapes clear and detailed. On the second example, we see a consistent usage of more angular shapes, making everything more geometric. Let us see how our shapes made. As you can notice, we have a variety of shapes. I call these starting points. This is the place where ideas come from. On number 5, we see an archer that has a candlelight on top. Number 7, a majestic character with royal qualities. Number 9, a creature of swords, and 14, more of a barbarian. We are built to see something in these shapes, and they are built with one thing in mind, to search and explore our mind. These starting shapes have two main qualities. We usually focus on gesture and contour or silhouette. But how are shapes processed? The follow-up is quite simple. We have exterior design, or the exterior of the shape, and interior design, which relates simply to what is found inside a shape. we use both exterior design and interior design to create interesting shapes. These interesting shapes become clear silhouettes, portraying a character, creature, or something else like a vase of flowers. For short, exterior and interior design of shapes will build our silhouettes, and that way we can create an ideation process that is worthwhile and productive. Let's do a quick recap. We have exterior design, where we only focus outside a shape or silhouette. This way we will not focus on anything else. This process keeps us focused on one thing only. In the next step, we have interior design, and now we can go inside and figure out what is happening inside our shapes. And as you can see, the results are quite interesting. From start to end, we see a clear development of our shape language process. We take the main silhouette, we use exterior design, and then interior design process to get a clear result. Going a bit further in the process, we start doing adjustments, either proportion adjustments or design adjustments. Depending on your design understanding, adjustments can come easy or a bit harder at times. In the example provided, we clearly see how adjustments happen. And there are three main areas to concern ourselves with. Number one, the first shape we do is never the result. Number two, the process continues to be developed. And number three, adjustments are made in the cleanup phase as well. In the line work, we clearly see how the design developed. Adding colors to check and see a good route for our design is always cool to add. And as a tip, you can check the little function added to it as well. Color palettes, a diagram for general function, and a simple guide for complementary color usage. And that's how we get to a cool result. I would love to see what you guys will ideate, now that you know more about how to actually work with shapes. If you liked this video, give it a like, share, and subscribe. And remember to visit our website at design.com. Thank you and enjoy creating.
There's a common mistake I've noticed when people draw faces. They often forget that the face isn't entirely flat, it has a subtle curve. All the features on the face follow this curve. If you start by drawing a facial feature first and then work your way out, your construction may become misaligned or appear wonky. This is why constructing the major forms of the head first is much easier. It gives you a holistic view of your artwork. Professionals may skip some steps because they've built an intuition for drawing faces over time. However, keep in mind that they're still thinking about construction as they draw. You just don't see it because they're visualizing it in their minds. Let's take a specific example of a facial feature that follows the contour of the face: the mouth. When looking at the face from the front, the mouth appears relatively flat. But from below, you can clearly see it curves around, with the upper lip usually overlapping the lower one. From a 3/4 view, it's less apparent, but it's definitely there. The tricky part comes when the mouth moves or forms an expression. This is where many people struggle, as they forget the underlying structure that the soft tissue follows, which is the skull. For example, when a person smiles, there's a line that goes upwards, but the corners of the mouth are also being pulled back, stretching the mouth. So the mouth wouldn't look like a simple emoji smile or stretch unnaturally to the sides. The lips wrap around the mandibles and teeth, and this becomes more obvious when a person is smiling, snarling, or yelling. Be mindful that when the mouth opens from certain angles, you can see the teeth curving along the inside of the mouth. With the example in mind,
Alright, hey everyone, my name is Antonio Staparts and I'm a concept artist in the entertainment industry, primarily focusing on pre-production concept art or even like blue sky and sandbox stages. Next to that, I run my own online art program called ArtWad, and what I wanted to discuss with you guys today is the importance of structure in your artistic learning. Primarily about structure in your drawing and painting, but also a little bit about structure in the mental aspect of being an artist. Primarily what I wanted to discuss is what I call a 6 Asian principle, and don't quote me on that, I just made it up to sound a little bit smarter and make this a little bit more clear for you guys. But I want to discuss 6 principles that can help you understand better how you can come up with more complex drawings, where I feel that a lot of beginners, intermediate artists, they tend to fall into the trap of learning the very basics and then quickly moving on to very complex shapes. You see this a lot when people they learn the basics of perspective and then quickly move on to complicated scenes or figure drawing or whatever. And now that is important, of course, challenging yourself, but I feel like there's a really nice setup that you can use, which I use in my program as well, that can help you better understand how you can come to these nice and complex results that you see from a lot of professionals, especially people drawing from imagination. Because my focus is in that world of concept art and, coming up with new ideas, interesting things, and, design is a big part of it. And if you can internalize a lot of complex ideas, things that you see, into more rudimentary yet complex shapes or mannequins, it gives you a nice tool to create your own things. So the 6 Asian process that I want to talk about today, the first one is structuralization, the second one is manipulation, and then observation, education, imitation, and lastly, imagination. So without further ado, let's just get started. So when it comes to structuralization, this is the most straightforward for anyone. It is that very basic rudimentary aspect of just learning to draw the simple shapes. Cones, spheres, cylinders, boxes, and kind of creating that spatial awareness. Not only being able to draw a box in 1 point or 2 point or 3 point perspective, but also learning how to intuitively draw a box in space and draw multiple boxes grouped together, draw a cluster of primitive shapes together, and just learn how to do that intuitively. Now, of course, you do need to learn the rules of perspective, maybe even camera angles and how they relate to perspective to be able to do that. But I feel like that's a really good starting point just to draw simple shapes on paper and get a good sense of spatial awareness, because that's what it's all about in order to create anything believable, especially when you want to communicate something to further down the pipeline, especially in the concept art industry. It's all about communicating properly. And a lot of the times that means communicating your designs to the 3D modelers or the animators or environment artists or just the art directors in general. That sometimes or often requires that you create a good sense of believability in your designs and that everything feels readable as it should be. Now, that's the first step. It's pretty straightforward. Then moving on is one of the steps that I feel is very, very often overlooked. And this is what I call manipulation, and in broader terms, it's shape manipulation. And so there's a high number of ways that you can manipulate a shape. And a lot of you have probably seen excerpts of how it's done. But I feel like it's very often overlooked in people's artistic training. There's hundreds of ways to manipulate a shape, but I'm just going to go over a few of them. So one of the ways that you can manipulate a shape is by taking the primitives and then learning how to bend or twist them. This is a very basic one. It's one that you can also see, for instance, in the Proco videos when it comes to simplifying the torso, is just use the beanie, right? The beanie is basically a bent sphere and things like that, or a box that is twisted. And if you can already learn to manipulate simple shapes, you'll have a much easier time to then come up with more complex shapes. So I feel that you can really take a step-by-step approach in this process. Another manipulation, for instance,
let's see. Now that I got this, I got the basic bodies. I could do the face of it a little bit more because I'm not sure about the catfish. Cat nose. Want to work out. What can I do else? what else can I do? I got the shape, the hand. I want to make a zoom in of the face, a zoom in of the hands and feet, and the side body. And when I will be back, that would be head and feet side. Okay. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you for keeping with me. What when is it? 2 p.m. I'll be back. Roll the new elevator music. 7-hour stream. Not my longest, but it will be.
The Driven said test. Driven by May Anasis said
I'm
test.
missing. Now, background music. Okay, it's back. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Need to fill my water. Need to fill up my bottle of water. So keep with me. I will. Now we need to go up in the section, and yeah, I need to go up in my bottle of water. I won't go too long. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's continue this.
Is learning how to squish and stretch shapes. You often hear about this in animation, where it can really help you create a gestural feeling in your drawing, or it will just create a better sense of movement. So learning how to just take cylinders, boxes, cones, whatever, and learning how to stretch them and squish them will give you a lot more freedom when you're looking at more complex shapes on how to interpret those shapes as well. Another manipulation, for instance, is learning how to manipulate the contours. Now, this is something that I haven't seen too many times, or people, put in a different jacket or whatever, but learning to manipulate a contour will really, really help you when you're looking at more organic shapes. So, for instance, if you take a cylinder that's being manipulated by bending it. For instance, the contour of the cylinder is just a circle, right? So it's a circle going around and around. Now, if you can learn to manipulate those cylinders, for instance, by changing that circle, which is the contour of the cylinder, changing that to a triangular shape, or changing that to something even more organic, and then trying to draw that shape again, you can come up with very interesting shapes, but also shapes that are much more representative of real life things. Think of the horns of a ram or a goat, for instance. The shape can look very intimidating at first, but if you think about it as a cylinder first that is just being bent and twisted, and then thinking about how that twisted cylinder is being manipulated, the contours are being manipulated, then it makes a lot more sense, and it's also easier for you to either stylize, exaggerate, or just replicate what you're seeing. So contour manipulation is a really, really big one, I feel. Also, when it comes to, drawing dragons, for instance, dragons are an amalgamation of different animals. But if you look at, for instance, the neck of a dragon, you can interpret it as just a cylinder, which is the very standard structural approach. But then if you think about how you can manipulate the contours of that cylinder by giving it, a cooler contour, cooler silhouette, cooler, section, so to speak, you can come up with a lot more interesting shapes. And basically, you're still working with a very mannequinized shape, but you're just manipulating its contour to already have a much more organic feeling. So again, contour manipulation is a very, very big one, and that's why I advocate so much of learning how to manipulate shapes in its simplest form before you do it on more complex shapes. And that's what I was talking about earlier as well. A lot of people will learn the basics and then they will immediately jump to a very complex subject. Whereas if you first jump from the simple shapes to making those simple shapes more complex, that will help you understand the more complex subjects that you'll be looking at later a lot better. And then lastly, I think another really cool shape manipulation is the manipulation of edges, and that's primarily when it comes to boxes and cylinders. So, rounding off edges or beveling edges, things that you also see in 3D, for instance. If you can start to learn this on a basic or simple basic shapes, it will be a lot easier for you to understand more complex shapes, especially in hard surface subjects. For instance, if you can learn how to round off the corners of a box, you will have a better or an easier time understanding how hard surface things like mech designs are being created, because basically it is the same principle. It's just a little bit more advanced when it comes to the way they round off that boxes and the degree in which they do it, or the asymmetry in which they do it, to create more interesting shapes. But again, the principles are exactly the same. It's just taking a primitive shape and then rounding out the corners, or subtracting and adding new shapes that are still, have rounded edges or whatever, or feel a little bit more organic to create that interesting shape. And I think that if you can look at a complex shape like that, which I teach a lot of my students, is look at something and try to analyze what you're actually looking at, like what's being manipulated. Not just blindly copy what you see, try to understand what you see. I think that's a really crucial part, because when it comes to anatomy or the human figure, it's almost a given. Like, everyone understands that if I want to be able to draw figures better, I need to understand the mannequin, and even the complex mannequin or the Bridgman mannequin. But when it comes to other subjects, I feel like it often gets overlooked in terms of understanding what you're actually looking at. And, with these manipulated shapes, or just learning to manipulate simple shapes, you'll have a lot more in your tool bag to then look at other shapes random in life or designs from your favorite artist and understand, like, okay, this is what it's being manipulated, what they're trying to do with the shape, how they come up with that shape, and what makes that shape look interesting. So yeah, shape manipulation is a very, very big one, and I highly recommend that you try it on simple forms first before you move on to complex shape. And then thirdly is observation. So the way I put up this 6-step process is that everything builds on to the last step, or its previous step. So that means that, we have the structuralization, and then you can manipulate the structure, and then in the observational part, we can use those manipulated shapes and see how we can mannequinize what we're looking at, what we're basically observing. So for instance, that means if we're looking at anything like an animal, whether that's a squid or, an alligator or even a human being, we don't necessarily already need to understand everything about what we're looking at. So that means that we don't need to first educate ourselves about the anatomy or what makes up that subject. We can just simply observe what we see, and through our spatial awareness that we got from the structuralization, from our knowledge of perspective and organic forms and form manipulation, we can sort of already come up with something that resembles what we're looking at. And I think the crucial thing about this is that it gives you so much more power when it comes to making things from imagination, because it's virtually impossible to remember everything when it comes to technical detail. And what I mean by technical detail is understanding all the anatomy of every animal, or even human anatomy. Human anatomy is very complex, and you need to be very interested in it in order to remember everything. But if you can mannequinize the things that you see, and even not just make a very simple mannequin, but also make complex mannequins with manipulated shapes, that's still a lot easier to understand. And I think a great example of this is an artist like Kim Young-ji, where I don't believe that all he does is intrinsically know the anatomy of every subject, but he does very much understand the complex manipulated mannequin of the subjects that he studies. And so that gives him the power to then just draw every subject in different angles from any, in any perspective, because he has that power over the simple shapes which he can manipulate in space. And so when it comes to observation, a really good exercise is to just look at, a multitude of reference, especially things you want to specialize in, but also things that are outside of your comfort zone, because, learning to draw things outside of your comfort zone will very, very much help you with things that interest you as well. Again, looking at a lot of reference and then trying to mannequinize that reference using more complex shapes. And you can start off with a very basic shape, but then try to learn how to make a more complicated mannequin on those simple forms, right? So again, that's step 1 and step 2. You look at the reference, you kind of try to figure out what simple shapes that reference is made up of, and then you try to figure out where those simple shapes are being manipulated. Is there some form of contour manipulation going on? Or is there some addition or subtraction? Are some of the simple shapes being twisted or bent? All these things, or is it a combination of those, of course? All these things can help you understand that subject better. If you have a good understanding of what you're looking at, then you can go into the next step, which is education. So with education, this is exactly what the word implies, is that we're trying to educate ourselves about the things we really want to know more about. And that's also a thing with these 6 steps, is that we kind of go from a broad sense to a more narrow sense, meaning that from step 1, step 2, step 3, this can be very general. This doesn't have to be your subject of interest per se. It's just something that will help you understand form and spatial awareness and drawing in volumes a lot better. Basically drawing with structure, right? However, with education, we usually tend to want to learn more about the things that interest us. For me, for instance, that means studying more figures or studying more animals, creatures, insects, vehicles, things like that. The things that really interest me are the things I'm gonna want to learn more about. The cool thing is, though, that because I've been, learning from observation with simple manipulated shapes, now the things that I'm learning about, for instance, the anatomy of the human figure or the anatomy of a certain animal, can better inform those manipulated shapes that I was constructing earlier. So that doesn't mean that, we're completely reinventing the way that we draw a certain thing just because we're now looking at its anatomy. No, we can even better fine-tune the shapes that we were constructing before now we can have those shapes be informed by the anatomy that we're learning about. And that's why it's usually topics that are close to heart or things that really interest us, because now we're really going to fine-tune the things that we want to learn more about just to become much better at designing them. So, when it comes to education, we of course pick the subjects that really interest us, learn about them intensively, the anatomy or the packaging of a vehicle, what makes up a vehicle, make a comparison between human anatomy and animal anatomy, especially if I like to draw horses. If I'm a fantasy artist and I want to learn more about horses, I want to learn to draw dragons. If you want to learn to draw dragons, you need to learn about bats, lizards, horses. Again, it's an amalgamation of a lot of animals, but these are still specific subjects that you can learn intensively in order to help that better inform the complex shapes that you've already created, just to fine-tune your ideas and to become a better designer. Moving on into, step 5, which is imitation. This is where we actually learn from our peers or the people that we look up to see how they're actually using all the principles that I've talked about to their advantage, right? So I'm not saying that everyone that you look up to or every artist is using this sort of principle that I'm talking about, but you can definitely use these principles to analyze the artists that you look up to in order to use some of their shape language, some of their ideation, some of, just their structuralization into your own designs, because that will, make you a better artist. I think we sometimes tend to try and cultivate a style too fast, whereas there's nothing wrong with learning from the people you look up to. I would even say that, in order to cultivate our own style, we need to have an accumulation of people we look up to, and we need to have imitated those artists. Of course, we're not going to imitate one artist, because then we're just going to be a copycat of that artist. But if we can analyze all the artists that we look up to, and we can, pick a little bit of his or her design, or, the way they draw anatomy, or the way they design certain vehicles or dragons or whatever, you can still analyze those, the structure and the shape manipulation that they're using, and use that to your own advantage and use that into your own designs. And then finally, we arrive at the last step, which is, of course, imagination. So as I said before, once we've gone through all the steps and we also imitated or, analyzed and studied our favorite artists, we can now try and come up with our own designs. Now, that doesn't mean that you cannot come up with your own designs without looking at other artists or, even going through this process, but it will definitely help you or inform you to create better designs. So when you've cultivated a vast library of mannequins with more complex shapes, manipulated shapes, and you've studied the artist, you've observed things from life, from reference, you've educated yourself about anything that interests you, this can all come together, and you can create your own designs using all the knowledge that you've cultivated. So I think the most important part here is to just see where you are, because of course there's a big difference between coming up with simple shapes, studying things that you can physically see, and even studying other artists, than it is to create something from scratch, right? It's that old saying of, the fear of the blank canvas, which is, of course, it's very true. But now that you have all of these things in your tool bag, you can still start constructing ideas just from what you already know, and then see how far you can take this. The other thing that I also want to mention when it comes to drawing things from imagination, or at least from things that we know or from memory, it's not that straightforward process of going through structure, then observation, education, and imitation. It's very much a intuitive process, so it also needs to be treated as one. And I think what you need to be aware of when it comes to drawing things from imagination is that we kind of reverse engineer all the things that I've just been talking about. Meaning that, you've heard of the thumbnailing process when it comes to being a concept artist, which is a very necessary process sometimes, because that's actually what we do as concept artists. Is we try to solidify the abstract, meaning that we create interesting shapes, 2D, interesting silhouettes, that have a certain rhythm, flow, a certain cool design, and then we try to structuralize these silhouettes or abstractions to create something that is usable and tangible in a game or a movie or whatever. So what we tend to do is we tend to make something that is abstractly appealing, but then we reverse engineer a lot of the steps that I've been talking about to solidify that abstraction, to make it actually tangible and usable and believable. So drawing from imagination does require a whole lot of different set of skills that I haven't covered in this video, but I just wanted to kind of emphasize the importance of structure when it comes to drawing and painting. It's something that doesn't or shouldn't be overlooked, especially the second step when it comes to shape manipulation. I feel is a very important one, which is often overlooked. Even when it comes to design. I did a workshop once on product design, and I asked the woman in question that was giving the workshop, which is a very, very famous product designer, how can I become a better designer? And she told me, have you ever tried to make simple shapes like cylinders and boxes look interesting? Which completely caught me off guard because I never thought of it that way, but she told me, like, if you cannot even make a simple shape look interesting, why bother making complex designs, right? And there's a lot of truth to that. And I think if you try to first learn to draw the simple shapes, the structure, learn to, create spatial awareness, learn about the different perspectives, and things like that, but then try to manipulate those simple shapes with the things that I've been talking about and a lot of other things that other artists have already mentioned in the past, just to be able to focus on the task at hand. And if you can create that convincingly, then you'll have a lot more confidence moving into more complex subjects, like humans, character designs, creature designs, drawing animals, even drawing from life. If you want to be a fine artist that wants to learn how to paint horses, right? It still very much pays off to know the more complex mannequins and be able to do things from imagination, even if you're using reference. Sometimes when you're using reference, you're still looking at a 2D image. So if you can analyze a reference and understand its more complex shapes and maybe, mannequinize it in your head, it will become easier to then paint at or, alter certain things that you don't want to see in your final painting. I think Jeffrey Watts famously said once, try to manipulate your reference and not be manipulated by your reference. And I think that's a great quote because it actually means that you need to understand the subjects that you're drawing or painting instead of being manipulated by what you see. And then lastly, what I still want to briefly say is that structure isn't only, putting things on paper or on canvas. It's also about having structure in your artistic training. So the only way to get better is to have discipline and a sense of structure in your training, whether that's a consistency with what you do, or just having a regular template of the things that you want to learn to draw, because art is a very challenging endeavor. So a sense of structure in your artistic training is definitely necessary when it comes to becoming more proficient at what you do. I hope this video was at least a little bit useful. I hope it gave you some insight into how I think about studying art, especially when it comes to drawing from imagination, and just how you can maybe elevate your drawing or painting education a little bit. All right. And if you're interested in this type of template or structure in your artistic training, be sure to go to my online program called ArtWatt on artwatt.com, where we have a great community of like-minded artists that, we all do these assignments simultaneously. I give a weekly new assignment batch for you to study that very much applies this principle of structure, but not only just structure and shapes, but also painting value and things like that. We have a new website right now, so be sure to check it out. And lastly, I really want to thank Stan and the Proco team for giving me the opportunity to be on this channel and share a little bit of my knowledge. I hope it was a little bit useful, and you know, I'm looking forward to doing it again in the future. All right, thanks everyone for watching, and see you later. Bye bye.
Alligator. Don't forget the alligator. Like this looks like a job for me. That's not what I'm looking for. Not the droid I'm looking for. How do I design character with shape? Frog reveal.
Shape language in brushes. But on a more important note, have you ever heard of Animorphs? Asking for a friend. I am now a frog. I will be answering no questions. This is who I am. I must say, I'm not sure if my voice fits this model very well, but seeing as I made it from scratch, we're gonna commit to it for at least this one video. Welcome to my frog era. Let's get started. How did I go from this to this without much of a plan? Now, disclaimer, I find that there's two different types of artists, or at least two different ways of approaching art. Let's use this painting that I did a while back as an example. Instead of planning everything out with line work, I went straight into trying to figure out the silhouette and blocking those shapes in. For me, I find this a lot easier to tackle complex ideas that I might have. In the very first pass, I try to keep the shape simple and just focus on the major compositional elements. Once I think I'm happy, I'll then start painting into those shapes and detailing them out more and more as I go. In a one character illustration, it's pretty straightforward, but in something like this 12 character spread, I might have to break this up a bit and tackle each character individually. When using this method, I try to just focus on the local colors when creating my shapes. Once I'm around this stage of, say, a character design, this is when I can start thinking about a lighting test. Even if you plan on waiting till the very end to do your final lighting pass, having a plan here at an early stage I think is really important, as the lighting is also a compositional element and changes the way your eye moves around a piece. I'm using the lasso tool to indicate where the light is interacting with the character, trying to keep this as simple as possible, only focusing on the largest surfaces. I'm trying to think about this as a three-dimensional object. Which direction is our light source coming from? As it's rather easy to change things at this stage. For me, drawing never came naturally. It's not the way I approach art. Just look at how simple my donut fish character started out. So if you struggle to compose images with line work, I would say try this method. It really clicked for me. It's definitely a more painterly approach to art making, but can be a game changer for those it clicks with. I think art education is so focused on drawing and line work that oftentimes you can be an artist for a long time and not realize that your process could be much more optimized for your personal way of comprehending images. Being able to compose full compositions started to become far more easier. I started to understand how light wrapped around objects. The realization of this alone was a massive level up for me. So if you feel like that your art education kind of has hit a wall, try to think about the image that you're trying to create by their shapes instead of their lines. So I'm going to use a single brush for this entire illustration. It's a rectangle. It's also a default brush in the painting section on Procreate. You can find it right here. I use this brush for 95% of everything I do. And honestly, this brush could be anything that's pretty simple, as long as you have used it enough to become comfortable with it. I personally like the rectangle because you can get some really hard edges, but you can make it really big and do sweeping motions, but you can also make it small and get some decent lines out of it as well. So that is why I think this is the one brush to rule them all. For this piece, I didn't have a super clear idea of what the end result was going to look like. However, my goal was an assortment of characters that were demon-esque in nature, in a parade-like fashion or march, being led by my flag girl character that I have featured in previous works, as I'll show on screen. One of the first creature concepts I wanted for this piece was this floating bewitched frog. I didn't really know what it was going to look like, but I wanted it to be big and kind of grotesque. You can see me putting the early stages of that together here. However, I struggled with the palette on this one for a bit, as in my head, frog equal green, but that didn't really mesh with the red devilish palette that I was hoping to go for this piece. So I ended up settling on this creamy milk color, as I thought it was kind of a neutral and would mesh with any palette and still be in line with what could be realistic. For the next edition, I was a little lazy. I pulled the layers from my original Flag Girl piece, as I liked this character in the back, especially the shape language of their mask with these horns, so I thought I would upgrade them with a lizard mount. In the end, I think I ended up painting over the whole thing anyways, but it was a good starting point. And then the lazy streak continued as I pulled some textures off of another lizard painting I did earlier this year. So this character is essentially a composite of other paintings that I have done. But despite that, I love reusing assets, especially in the composing phase of something, before I commit to hours of rendering. And then naturally, I had to add some lanterns with evil spirits trapped inside. I would like to think that their masks reflect their personality. I ended up deciding that I wanted to add some abandoned character designs I had done in the past and didn't end up using for anything. So my apologies, I don't have the full sketch phase for this character as I had done it about a year prior to this. But I did kind of like his shape language and thought that I could repurpose him for the purposes of this illustration. My concept for him was that he was this old fisherman knight, and I wanted to keep elements of that. I decided to shift his palette to something a bit more red and spooky from what it originally was to match the purposes of this illustration better. I originally had sketched him out with this aquatic tank on his back, you know, to hold whatever old men be fishing for. But I thought I would shift this over to our bewitched frog, as I thought it would match the swamp aesthetic a little bit more over there. And then as a trade, I thought I'd let him carry this big boy. And at this point, I think I've come up with the majority of the larger character designs I wanted for this piece, as some of them are really complicated, and at this point, I'm a little concerned that this piece is going to be too busy. So around now, I've started to think about how to fill out the rest of the space with less complicated characters and smaller objects to kind of change up the weight and shape language through the composition. So I'm being very meaningful with my placement, especially with the lanterns, as they have a lot of saturation, as a guideline on how your eye should move through the piece. And yes, I did add an oarfish to the background of this composition, also known as the earthquake fish, as one of these bad boys recently washed up on the California coast. And then we ended up having a series of small earthquakes at the time of this recording. Fun times. So I did lie a little bit. I did end up using another brush for a very small section of this artwork. Me and the other 5 Drawtober hosts decided to make custom sticker sheets, and as a lot of them are pencil artists, I decided to try to match their style a little bit, just so everything kind of melded together a bit better. This one's also in the default section on Procreate. It's in the calligraphy section. It's called Chalk. I like this one because you can get really nice textured fine lines with it, but my preference is to supersize it and build up the textures with layering. And I think this gives a really nice gradient, especially with multi-tone. For a side piece, it does pretty good work. I mention this because I ended up liking some of the assets on the sticker sheet and pulled them over for this illustration. Laziness wins again, and I'm still figuring out the best way to record my paint overs. At this point, the quality was pretty garbage, but I promise it gets better after this. I start doing screen recordings for the majority of it, so just hold tight. I'll super speed this section as it looks like doo-doo. I think this was around the point where I felt pretty confident that I wasn't going to change the composition or the creatures within it too much. You'll start seeing me go in and actually detail some things out at this point. For these lantern characters, I gave them these mechanized wooden arms, as I thought they could be a cool way to give some more expression. And I also like the idea of this one guy trying to hold his smile with his arms, as if he's faking it for the audience. And I'm still just using that one rectangle brush. Up close, the textures can look a little crude, but this way I'm thinking of the entire picture as a whole, instead of focusing on small pixels
brush,
to
like
render
me.
out for hours and hours, as I've definitely been guilty of that in the past, and am trying to step back more and see the illustration as a whole, focusing on its conceptual or storytelling elements instead of judging the merits of a piece of artwork just based on its level of render, as I do think AI has kind of devalued rendering in a sense, at least currently. So I personally am trying to find other ways to bring more value into my art that can't necessarily just be prompted by some AI bro in their mother's basement. I also decided to add my lantern yokai character that I painted a couple years ago into the top center area. I thought her design would go well thematically with the rest of the piece and justify all the lanterns, which I love painting. A element that I think is crucial to pulling this piece together is getting the smoke correct, as it's the one thing that kind of grounds all these characters, as painting a bunch of figures on a floating black background can kind of remove them from reality. So even the slightest hints of an environment can go a long way. Can you count how many frogs I've added to this piece? Can you count how many fish I've added to this piece? The main reason I've added these elements is to play with scale, also to have some things that are less complex through the image. That way your eye will have somewhere to rest instead of getting overloaded when you look at the illustration as a whole, at least theoretically. This is also why I ended up going with a much more simple outfit than the rest of the characters for these witch characters. I originally was going to stick to that more reddish palette for them, but after making the bewitched frog kind of this creamy color, I wanted something that played off that and kind of brought that more pale color throughout the palette. And now onto my very favorite part of this painting, was actually this glove. I really love detailing out armor, because like you can do anything, and as long as it's got a slight metal effect to it, no one's gonna question it. I would love to have a job just designing fantasy armor. Now, planning out a piece with 12 characters in it might seem daunting, but if you don't pre-plan anything, it's not so bad. Granted, you'll constantly be fixing things the whole time, and it will take you hours longer because you didn't plan anything out. But how are you going to have performance anxiety if you don't even know what you're going to make? Take that, stupid brain. I would describe this as one of my more unplanned pieces. I just had some shape language and theme that I wanted to go for. So you can see that I'm really just kind of figuring out the details as I go along.
On the
and that's
fly.
why you'll see I go back and forth a lot and change a lot of things and end up changing the way characters might look. And you'll see even I'll change the posing of a lot of stuff quite often. And when I'm sticking with this like kind of loose style and just focusing on shape language and not focusing on details until I really have a solid idea that I want something in the place that it's going to be, I don't really go into a lot
I
of
don't like
right
the
away.
wrinkles,
For my process here,
but
where I don't have a client or have any like
want to
solid
keep it.
goal in mind, I find this to be a very relaxing way to work, as I really enjoy developing the concept of things as I
want to
go.
make
It's
it
kind of
more
fun not knowing
sexy.
what the end result's going to produce. Controversial take incoming. You can have too many layers. You wouldn't not clean your room, right? Merge down, bro. I try to keep my layers to a minimum. Each character will have 2 to 3 layers maximum, but oftentimes, especially when I'm working in Procreate that has limitations, it will be like foreground, midground, and background. So anything that are in those ranges that aren't touching, oftentimes I will compress into the same layer. With a piece like this with so much complexity, that gets a little bit more difficult, but I learned how to paint as
You can get along with only 2 layers. Like I could always merge and keep the background. The background fill is useful because I can use the crop and enlarge it indefinitely. It will follow, like it will fill the color. Fine. For instance, enlarge this, instead of this square being white, it will fill up the gray that I put in the fill layer. That's why you use fill layer. But the rest, you could always merge this when you, as you can see, I copy some part, paste, it creates a new layer. It could be on one layer. It's like oil painting. Oil painting, you cannot go back in the previous layer. It's when I was beginner, I used to separate my layer. It depends on the work. When it's not when it's illustration, you can. It depends. I have some works where I needed to keep the layer. Some paintings I can show it was useful for that painting. It was useful because every part had different every part of the painting had different had to go through the same process, but at not at the same time. So I needed it to needed it. Oh, I'm not signed in. Wait a minute. I signed in there. So every part that I had to go over with a series of manipulation that once I couldn't run. So every tree branch, everything had something I needed to do. Yeah, this part went crazy, too much crazy it seems. But they all I had a filter where it made them go through. Yeah, it's more chaotic than in my memory. So yeah. So everything, I still have this file, but it's in Photoshop. I think if I would open it, it would be heavy. It's was every single tree was on a layer, and I could navigate and go back to it and paint over it. But at the end, I ended up repainting over it. As you can see, there's like little dust stuff, and it's all blurry. So some part I blurred, some part I didn't blur. It's very chaotic, but at the end it gives the result. From far away looks more comprehensible. Only 7 thumbs up. So many hours of work. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't care about the thumbs up. Never get them. 0 like. Keep doing. What occurs when you don't care about it? Not important. Ah, damn it. I want to disable this shortcut. Or search Krita reset inclination.
At a rotation of the canvas, press the 5 key.
Oh damn. Let's try it. 5. Yes. If you try, don't try, lose. Okay. Let's continue watching
Oil
this.
painter, so I've been kind of used to not having very many layers. And this is another reason that I stress having your composition kind of figured out in the early stages so heavily. But I find that I end up having decision fatigue if I keep too many layers, and this way things stay nice and tidy. Obviously, do what you feel most comfortable with, but I've noticed that I will make decisions faster if I minimize my layers to what is absolutely necessary. Maybe my brain is broken that way, but it definitely was a factor in speeding up my process. I think once you gain those skills where you're comfortable rendering things out, the majority of your time is going to be spent planning the piece out. So if you can optimize the way you start pieces, that can heavily decrease the time it takes for you to start and complete a piece of art, which can be really important, especially if you want to work as an artist professionally, deadlines and stuff. I remember when I first started out, I put all my attention to increasing my skills in like rendering out a piece and making sure something looked finished or polished. Is everything gonna look perfect? And you know, I would spend 2-3 months on a piece and yeah, it would look pretty good in the end, but it just wasn't realistic to do that all the time. Also, my work wasn't that interesting at that time either. It might have been rendered nicely, but conceptually, pretty boring stuff. And by the time I was like a couple weeks into a piece, I was kind of sick of it. Obviously, it's going to take time to gain those skills on the front end, but once you get there, kind of figuring out how to optimize things and speed up, which will make you much more valuable to, say, studios and such, if that's your goal. Obviously, there's no wrong way to do things. Whatever process works for you, go for it, but this is what has worked for me. Controversial take number 2. If you're new to art, stop downloading brushes. That shit too fancy for you. You need to learn the fundamentals first. If you can't use a square brush.
You don't need brushes. You just need a square brush.
Or a circle brush, that fundamentals first. If you can't use a square brush or a circle brush, that stamp cloud isn't going to solve all your issues.
I did when I was younger. I was in the brushes sale
Now, fancy brush sets can be very valuable in the right hands when people know how to use them. But as somebody starting out and learning art, I think these can be really detrimental to your art education, as you will inevitably use them as a crutch. And you're not going to find the perfect brush for every aspect of your piece, and then consistency will not be a thing. So I would say get comfortable with the default brushes, at least at first. Whoa, style shift, bro. So Sang thought my frog wasn't cute enough, so she redid my whole model, so now I look like this. Anywho, time to sell you some stuff. Sort of. Copic approached me at Lightbox and gave me a bunch of free product. These are actually their new markers. It's the first time they've released stuff in a really long time. And although they're not sponsoring this video, they did give me a coupon code to give to you guys. It's 10% off. I'll show it on screen here. But I must say, these are the bomb. Although I'm not too much of a traditional artist these days, I use these to pretty much do all my signings. I really love the metallic ones. So the link is down in the description below for that. It is an affiliate link, so I do get a little bit of a payback for anything you guys buy, which will help support the channel, but it doesn't cost you anything extra and you get a discount on top of it. So if you want some Copics, make sure to use code Inkwell10 to get that discount. And on top of that, my personal shop will also be having 25% off for the Black Friday weekend. So I will have that link down below as well. I do one sale a year for my shop, and also the same time that I update all my new inventory. So if you want any of those things, this is the cheapest they will be for the next year while supplies last. But anywho, here is the finished artwork. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I think I want to do more of these overcomplicated character spreads. There's definitely some areas that are far more rendered out than other ones, but I kind of like the idea of there being this detail fall off through the piece. It also pulls your eye to areas that I want you to look at more. So I'm going to call this one done here. Although I know my process isn't necessarily for everybody, I hope this helped you in some way. If you want more videos like this, please like and subscribe. It helps me out a ton. And you can find the next video right here on screen.
So I look up at the ceiling fan. Everything feels lighter staring at the ceiling fan.
That sounds like AI music.
Hello everyone, my name is Matt, and this video is a part of a webinar series. We're just going to jump right into it, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Alright, sweet! I can get started with the webinar. So I want to say thank you everybody for coming in. We have a bunch of people in here today, it's really exciting. I have an exciting topic to talk about today. It's character, shape, design, and consistency. So I'm going to talk a bit about shape design, and then I'm going to talk a bit about consistency as well. Because this is probably going to be useful for you guys when it comes to creating personal projects, or if you're working like a pipeline with the studio. This is the table of contents, is the outline here. I'm just going to jump right into it. So the question is why shape design matters. Okay, so understanding how to design and manipulate shapes help us create and explore a wide variety of ideas with clear intent behind it. And this is very important. We want to have clear intentions. Okay, so if you are just going by autopilot and you're just like drawing in general, you're just going to get something general as an outcome, right? But if you are actively studying, or you are exploring stuff and experimenting with a clear intention behind it, you will get something, a result with that in mind, right? So keep that in mind as we're going through this. So through shape alone, we can get an endless variety of character designs, which we can see in the media that we consume. And I'm just using, 3 examples here. There's endless, so many different variants, but I just wanted to highlight some different variety of shapes that you're seeing. So I think I'm going to say, I might butcher the name here. It's Jack Zack. I found this on X or on Twitter. And I really like this because it's so bold, and it's so, the shape is so geometric. And in comparison to Farah Shanyar, who's a lot more subtle, he's a lot more realistic about things. And then you have Giovannica, who is a little bit more in between these two, staying faithful with like humanoid proportions, but definitely pushing the shapes, right? And there's so many different variants if you start to look online. So what is shape design, right? Shape design is deliberately drawing and manipulating 2D shapes using design principles in a manner that looks visually appealing, recognizable, and communicates the story effectively. All artists play with shape design whether they do so consciously or not. Okay, so if you're drawing something, you are going to be placing shapes on a piece of paper on the canvas, and you're going to be building something out of that. You have something very abstract, you just have a circle, and what if I add like 2 shapes or 3 shapes here, 2 for the eyes and 1 what looks like maybe a mouth. For an outsider, it might look like that. As an artist who's creating this, the intention is to try and create a skull, and now it starts to look more like that if we're moving forward here, and we can take these shapes and refine them further to create something realistic. And if we take these elements that you're seeing here, we have the eyes, we have the nose, we have the mouth, and we have like the contours and the silhouette here. We can take those shapes, those identifiers, and push them to create something that looks soft, something that looks sharp and kind of dangerous, or something that looks a little bit robotic, right? So by modifying, adding, removing, or changing shapes, we can create a wide variety of designs from a simple idea, in this case, a skull. And I want to talk about the 2D mindset. Okay, so when drawing, we often aim to create a sense of 3-dimensionality. However, it's important to stay conscious of the actual 2-dimensional shapes we manipulate on the canvas, as they help communicate the idea in a clear and appealing way. This way of thinking tends to come more naturally to advanced artists than to beginners. And what I mean by that is that when we start out by drawing and we want to create characters, we often try to train ourselves to think with a 3D mindset, making things look like it has volume, looking at like it exists in a space. But we sometimes forget how to compose these shapes in a manner that looks appealing, and sometimes we have to think with a little bit more of a 2D mindset, which we'll get into in a bit. So since we're drawing on a 2-dimensional surface, we are always thinking about how we can draw and organize shapes on the page to create something, where that is a person, vehicle, prop, or something abstract, right? So those shapes that we're creating, the shapes alone is like abstract, but we put them together and it starts to look like something. We recognize it as something that we have seen before, but it's going to be on a 2D surface. Okay, so we can switch between a 3D mindset and a 2D mindset for this reason. So when drawing, we can switch between a 3D.
So now it's a bit uncanny. It's a bit uncanny because she looks like I don't know if I can find this. Don't know what is the name. Human cat face. I've seen it when I search it. Looks like this. But I want the one I think about. Where is it? Has to be very, very close. Has to be very, very. This one. It's a bit, it's a creepy. It looks creepy. I want the animated one. No, you meme will have everything about it. Thank you, No Yo Meme.
Monday left me broken. Tuesday I was through with hoping. Wednesday my empty arms arms were open, thirsty, waiting for love, waiting for love.
Why? Why would you do that? I've seen this.
Monday left me broken.
I love talking animals.
Monday left me broken.
I love an animal that talks. I think we can all remember taking out those original iPhones and after chugging that fake beer off that fake beer app, booting up Talking Ben and marveling at that insane technology. Old. He not only says
Ben,
but
yes,
and
no.
This was AI at its finest. Talking animals are just funny. They aren't supposed to move their mouths like that. I mean, if my cat started singing, I'd check myself into the nearest hospital. But online, it's hilarious. Which brings us to this cat, Mr. Peebles. Now, Mr. Peebles may sound like a horrible cat character on a PBS show no one watches, but online, this is huge. On TikTok, specifically, this human-like cat in a suit has been animated using the Revive app to the masses. He's usually singing this same song, Waiting for Love by Avicii, because TikTokers only listen to bad music. Memes of this cat have been getting a lot of attention, and the original itself reached over 400,000 views in just a month. This clip doesn't really give me a lot of joy. In fact, it terrifies me to the core. It's very uncanny. The golden yellow eyes, the human teeth looking like the first rendition of 3D Sonic's chiclet teeth from the movie.
SFPD! Monday left me broken.
But something keeps me watching. There's just something about it that makes it so I can't look away. Well, it seems everyone else feels the same way, because this creepy, demonic human cat has spread around to other TikTokers as well. And this one, again from Beast Warrior, has over 1 million views. This looks like my dad made it or something. Actually, that's an insult to my dad. There's just a horrible pig looping sound in the background as a flickering Mr. Peebles falls into its mouth.
Left me broken,
Now this is posting in the modern era. This account houses tons of Mr. Peebles edits where Mr. Peebles is seen doing just about anything while singing along to the horrible Avicii song. Luckily, this isn't the only animal to go viral singing along to popular music. The Revive app has produced a ton of animal singing memes. For some reason, Avicii has a chokehold over this meme because here's the Wake Me Up dog, a dog who sings that horrible Avicii song that you'd probably hear playing over the speakers in a Lowe's. I think this one's funny because it's so tiny. It's just a little dude, and although his singing sucks, he's letting it all out and trying his best. This particular dog started a Jared Leto-esque cult, though, where Noah Glenn Carter on TikTok encouraged users to change their profile pictures to this dog wearing a Santa Claus hat. The internet is wild. Can't wait to read about this in a textbook one day. Sometimes the animals don't even have to sing, though, like this large dog known for its audio, where it sometimes says, "Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth."
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantic.
The audio originates from some D-tier comedy movie, A Haunted House 2, where WWE wrestler Mark Henry reads off the now famous line. His acting work reduced to a TikTok dog. What's worse is that this dog's name is just Doug, which is just the most guy dude sounding name ever. It makes these TikToks feel a little too human. So anyway, if you're in the mood for getting viral recently, throw your dog into this Revive app and make them sing a horrible EDM song from 2011. Shit goes crazy. Chihuahua on the couch singing Gangnam Style, you never know, might blow up. I think I'm gonna make my cat sing to the acclaimed masterpiece Doin' Yo Mom by Fatty Spins.
Damn. Yeah. It's the original. Enough is enough. So what makes her creepy? It's her eyes. Too alien and alienish. The little mouth, big eyes, small iris. Let's try to do this better, making her more sexy. Moisty. Moistable. Yes, sir. So it's better. I think I'm getting somewhere with the human face, half human face, because the pillars. If you remember, my pillars it's obviously not a cat. It helps underlining that it's not a cat. So this was too much cat. But after that, it would be too much human. So I would need to find something to add to it. To make it maybe more elf. Maybe moving the ears. More like an elf. I think the ears are fine. Oh, I'm getting tired. What time is it? 3 p.m. 3 p.m. time. Maybe taking a walk outside. Yeah, I think that would be it for today. It's been 8 hours. I wanted to go beyond than 8 hours. Yeah, that would be it. So thank you for watching and see you tomorrow. If I feel like it, probably. Ciao. Let's run the outro. Ciao.